All set. I would like to call to order tonight's meeting for the Wareham Planning Board, Monday, March 28th, 2022. We'll take a roll call for all in attendance. Sam Corbett. Carl Schultz.
Here.
Mike Baptiste.
Here.
And Sherry Quirk, welcome.
Thank you. Here.
And Chair Mike King here. Before we get into the meat of the agenda tonight, for anybody that might be here for a discussion on a possible vote for a definitive subdivision plan for 91 and 101 Fairing Hill Road, they have asked for a continuance to 4/11. I would assume that if I'm not.
Just one thing, the site plan review for Fairing Hill asked for continuance, but the 47-21, that's still one you guys want to vote for.
Right, I saw that deeper in the agenda. And we'll revisit the roll call with Jane Gleason in attendance. Could you say that again, Aaron? 4721 is on, but yet that's what I got marked as a continuance.
So the site plan review for the solar farm is continued, but the definitive subdivision plan, you want to vote on that tonight. You still can. Just 21-21 is continuing, but 47-21 is still up for a vote. You guys want to vote on that.
What am I? Oh, that's further down here.
2121, yeah.
All right, so 2121 is the one they want to continue. 4721 we can still discuss.
Right.
Okay. All right, so then I'll pass by that and dive into the requested continuances, which is under continued public hearings, vote on continuance to 4/11 for 21-21 site plan review for the 91 and 101 Fairing Hill Road, maps 91 and 71, lots 1000, 1007, ground mounted solar energy generation facility. So I would entertain a motion to.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Can we have a discussion before we proceed about the process for continuances?
You certainly can.
I understand based on some coaching that I got, that continuances need to be agreed to by the applicant and the planning board. But if there's no one here from the applicant, how can we have a discussion on a continuance? We either accept their continuance or not. And that seems to me that puts us in a position where we don't really have an opportunity to be partners in that decision. So we either accept their date or we have to close the public hearing and vote. And that doesn't seem like the right way to do it.
Doesn't seem fair to us.
Right.
They're pretty much driving the bus saying, we want a continuance, but we're not here to discuss the matter.
Right. So for example, I know one of the projects was voted by the planning board at the last meeting to continue it. However, the applicant wasn't here, so that date is going to have to be revisited. So I don't think we should have continuances voted on if the applicant isn't here at the meeting.
Yeah, I personally, I think I would have to agree, because they, not like I said, they're deciding what the next date is, not us and them together.
Right. That's my concern. It just seems that if it's a partnership and truly a partnership, both parties have to be here to discuss it.
Okay. There's nothing that says we can't make that as an understood fact going forward. I think unless there's someone here from that project tonight, I don't know if I'd be comfortable closing the public hearing.
No, I don't think, I think we need to figure out a way to communicate that going forward, because my concern is that we're going to continue two very important projects to the 11th, and I'm not going to be here.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to try and attend remotely, but I don't want to miss those discussions. And therefore I would like the opportunity to have discussed that with the applicant to try and work around that.
would there be, Charlie, would there be, I'm going to keep going to you because you're my dictionary for all of this. Would there be anything that would keep us from stating, now the applicant has said, we don't want to meet tonight, we want to meet the 11th, but they're not here to discuss it with us. What would stop us from saying the 11th doesn't work for us? We want to push it out to the next meeting.
I'm not aware if there's anything that would prevent you from doing that.
So maybe that would be the,
Well,
maybe that would be the fix for this particular situation, would be let us set the date. It's our agenda, not theirs. And then going forward, anybody that wishes a continuance has to plan on having a representative here to discuss it.
I'm going to make every effort possible to join on the 11th remotely.
Mhm.
So I'm okay if we don't implement that
This time around.
because we haven't sort of communicated that. Therefore, before we move into this, I would like to make a motion that for all future meetings of the Wareham Planning Board, that a request for a continuance, that the applicant needs to be in attendance to support the vote so that we can
Mhm.
negotiate and make sure that both parties
Are in agreement.
the date works for both parties.
Right. And I guess we could be accommodating to a point and have any request for continuances moved to the top of the agenda so they don't have to sit through 2 hours worth of meeting to get to their request for a quick continuance.
Don't both parties have to sign off anyway?
Both parties do, but if, let's say we don't on one of these dates and the applicant's not here, we can't set a new date certain. It becomes procedurally, I'm concerned.
I think you have to set a date certain
Well, we do. but
because
if-
there are parties that may not be here for one reason or other. If they assume that a hearing was scheduled for a certain date based on discussion and votes that you've had, they may not be here at another time.
Right.
So I think it's
that's-
important that the date certain be
That's the
set.
challenge that Hal's
That was
having.
my point. We
Yeah.
can't set a date certain if they're not here.
And there's another aspect of that too that I think is important. When a continue is asked for, it's typically for a specific reason.
Right, which
Rather
none was given.
than just continue it without any discussion as to why.
Yeah.
It typically is because you don't have sufficient information to close the hearing, or you're waiting for some particular information that was expected or promised that you haven't received. So I don't, personally, I think if you're going to take a vote on it, that you include that there has to be not only a request for a continuance, but the reason why, so that you understand why the continuance is being asked for.
Mhm.
Otherwise, it just keeps delaying and delaying,
And
as you know.
we've seen some of these projects just seemingly drag on.
Right.
Yeah.
One continuance after another. Yeah. Okay.
Right. So I made a motion.
Months,
I'm sorry.
for months and months and months.
So there's a motion, I think, Mr. Chairman, I put on the floor about a procedural change.
Right. So
I don't know if there was a second or the rest of the board wants to weigh in on that.
So just to clarify, so any continuance requested by an applicant has to be accompanied with the applicant being present on the night that they were supposed to be on the agenda, and that the continuance be mutually agreed upon by us and them, and that they supply a reason for why the continuance is required.
Right. Or if we're requesting the continuance, then we provide that reason.
Correct. Okay. I like that motion. Do we have a second?
Second,
Okay, so motion put forth by Carl Schultz, seconded by Sam Corbett. We'll have a vote. Can Sherry as an associate vote on something like this?
I don't think so.
No. Okay, you'll have to wait. Mike Baptiste,
aye.
my mind just went blank. I'm sorry, huh?
Oh, Jane.
Jane, I want to call you Sherry because I was looking at her. Jane Gleason,
Aye.
Sam Corbett,
Aye.
Carl Schultz,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. So the 500.
Mr. Chairman, one more question to Mr. Buckland or to Aaron. How do we note this procedural change? Where should we document this?
We'll post it on the website.
Thank you. Well, you'll take care of that or Aaron will
Yeah.
take care of that. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
Okay,
We need to make sure the applicant knows that up front.
right. So if they post it on the website and then anybody that calls the planning office asking for continuance, this can be conveyed to them at that time.
Yep.
Okay.
And I think it'll just make things work better.
Look cleaner. Yep, I agree. Okay, so having gotten past that, I would entertain a motion to accept the continuance requested on 21-21 site plan review, Wareham, Mass. 3 LLC, 91 and 101 Fairing Hill Road, map 91 and 71, lots 1,000 and 1,007, ground mounted solar energy generation facility.
Mr. Chairman, a discussion point on this.
Okay.
One reason I believe that we want to continue this particular application is we do not have the hydrogeologist's report, which I support not until we have that.
Mhm.
But we don't know when we're going to have it. Can we Aaron, you didn't know if we could reasonably expect this by the 11th?
I do not know, but I know Ken sent an email late, so he might know more than me.
Yeah, it seems like the
Yeah, the hydrogeologist said he would probably have it available at the end of April or the more likely in the first meeting in May.
So
so we can anticipate another request for
Right.
Either
continuance.
to April 25th or May 9th would be the date. that he's
now, if the applicant were here tonight, we could actually discuss that and
And set a date certain.
set a date certain.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So,
So
all
that
right.
reinforces what you were saying, which I agree
Right.
with.
So we'll have to continue it again on the 11th.
Yep.
But if you talk to the applicant, please ask them to come to the next meeting so we can actually discuss that with them.
He should be here tonight because of the subdivision that's being reviewed as well, too.
I don't, is there anyone from Fairing Hill here tonight? I don't,
Actually, I didn't recognize anybody in the audience.
okay. All right,
Maybe they're online.
okay.
All right. well,
Anyway,
Okay, so,
so I made my point. Your motion, you're looking for a motion. I move that we continue 21-21 to April 11th. And the reason being particularly, we're waiting for the hydrogeologist study.
mhm.
And
So we have a motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Carl Schultz, second by Sam Corbett. Mike Baptiste.
Aye.
Jane Gleason.
Aye.
Sam Corbett.
Aye.
Carl Schultz.
I,
And the chair votes aye, 500 to continue. I think there was one other one in here. Yes, there was. Entertain a vote on continuance to 4/11 for 36-21 modification special permit site plan review Bay Point Club LLC. This one here, I know there was a little bit of discussion about a date already being set.
well, yeah, I think we need to communicate that at the last meeting, planning board voted to continue this project to May 29th. And this is a change.
Correct.
So one, why are we changing? I think we need to discuss and communicate that. And also, I believe there was some work that you did with the applicant on a schedule.
Correct. We had,
Perhaps we should just communicate and make sure we understand that as well.
right, we had a discussion with the applicant, the planning office, myself, Sam Corbett, in an attempt to put an end to the back and forth with this project as far as continuance requests and or insufficient amount of information being brought to the meetings for us to act on. So it was a good, productive discussion, very pointed. And at the end of the discussion, basically the applicant agreed to a very firm schedule where he had 4 hard dates to meet. Set of plans, time for Charlie to review the plans and make comment, time for the applicant to come back and respond to the comments, and then ultimately a final set of plans that met our concerns and a discussion here
With no continuance.
with no continuances. These are the dates. With the goal being that by the fourth date that was set on the schedule, they were completely prepared to have us vote.
And that would be May 9th, if I remember.
Correct. Yeah, and that would be a yes or no vote. There'd be no more moving forward, no more back and forth.
So what would be the date for closing the public hearing then?
We could close the public hearing on May.
And then
May
you would
9th.
anticipate a vote that night.
And correct. Not so much even anticipating, planning on it.
Okay,
And the applicant is fully aware of this schedule. This was our goal, was to just put this to bed and
Once and for all.
right, and either approve it or deny it based on its merits.
okay,
So that was the reasoning for the change in the date,
okay. And the first date was last Wednesday for a final set of plans.
right, which I believe are in the office,
And
which
they're
Charlie has, correct?
they're dated May 7th. Okay, the only item they didn't deliver last week, which was committed, was answers to our questions.
Answers,
To the questions the planning board submitted based on the February 28th meeting.
I think that's, if I'm not mistaken, that's part of Charlie's review process.
No, that's not, no, we submitted questions to the applicant because they haven't been here in months. We submitted written questions. I know that I did.
Right, we had concerns about the parking spot configuration and things of that nature.
Right.
Which in the meeting, in all fairness to him, he did acquiesce to our requests to reconfigure the parking
But
spots.
he didn't answer my questions.
So we can.
Is that
address
correct, Mr. Buckland? I had questions that were submitted and they have not been answered.
That's correct. You handed me questions that I passed on to them, and I don't know, because since I haven't looked at all the material, as to whether or not they addressed those questions in the material.
Okay, I did review the material. I haven't seen them.
Okay. I'll follow through with that then. ask
Yeah,
her.
and I'll be honest, Kyle, again, in fairness to the applicant, I don't remember that being part of our discussion when we were setting hard dates. So that could be an oversight on my part
Okay,
when we were discussing that with him. But like I said, the discussion was very pointed and very productive, and everybody knew exactly where they stood when the meeting was over. And we have every confidence based on that meeting that come May 9th, this is going to get put to bed one way or another.
okay. And that, I think that's in everyone's best interest.
Oh, of course.
The-
Yeah,
the-
we don't need
the
it.
Residents,
Mhm.
planning board, the applicant.
Right.
Mr. Chair, question. Are we going to have public comment?
On
Just
on
open.
the two dates
No, just open discussion
for this evening? I'm
for
not
any,
sure.
any evening. Normally, other boards have it. Second or third thing to do is they open up for any questions from public, give them a couple of minutes. Don't necessarily answer them because it would be a violation because there's no agenda and so forth.
I mean, we could certainly open it for public comment for anybody that wants to discuss the
It's
continuance.
just a question. It's your call.
Well, I mean, where it's being continued, I don't know if public comment is really going to be productive. I mean, I don't know what it would add to the discussion, honestly.
And the applicant isn't really here.
Right.
That's another problem.
I'm talking in general, not a specific
Oh, okay.
point. It's your call. Just bring it up for discussion.
Okay. All right.
One last question. Are we going to allow the public to ask questions as items come along?
On each agenda item? Yeah, I don't see why that would be an issue.
Okay.
As long as we can keep it under control and it doesn't drag the meeting out to the wee hours.
That's my concern.
Thank you.
Question after question. Same thing. 10 o'clock at night.
Right. So I would entertain a motion to accept the request for continuance on 36-21 Bay Point Club until April 11, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Sam Corbett, seconded by Kyle Schultz. Mike Baptiste,
Aye.
Jane Gleason,
Aye.
Sam Corbett,
Aye.
Kyle Schultz,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye, 5-0-0. You don't want my red pen on that, do you? Yeah, I love red. I was a teacher in another life.
Aaron, did you bring those three things you wanted me to sign to me?
Yep, I'm gonna do it at the end.
I'll take care of it.
Thank you. You do, I think one thing. I have here.
Preliminary business.
We have one more continuance.
We do? What did I miss?
Mike,
Oh, you're right. I apologize.
John hasn't.
With people that are raising their hand from the public, do you have a specific time to say that they are raising their hands or just whenever somebody?
I would say as long as we're in the middle of the discussion on that line item, they can raise their hand whenever they like.
Okay, I'm assuming these.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit late if it's on this line item, but we'll certainly,
I would personally request it. In the right of the public speaker. Ask if anyone.
Mhm.
For them on. to raise their hand.
yeah, I think before we request a motion, we'll do it then. Okay.
You're gonna let Jim
I
speak?
was gonna say, is Jim still want to come in?
His hand's still raised.
Okay.
Just have to unmute my camera.
Okay, anytime you're ready, Jim. We'll give him a couple of seconds, then we'll move on. Let's see. No luck? Okay, we'll move on. Preliminary business.
Do we have one more
We still have
continuance?
the continuance.
uh,
Talking about the zoning article? Or do you have another one, Jane?
There was another one, item
Another right
4,
here, 94,
was a vote for
3 Kendrick Road.
continuance.
So we have another request for a continuance to 4/11 for project 2-22 site plan review, 3 Kendrick Road LLC, map 108, lot 1006C, Crumpet Manufacturing Facility. Yeah, again, I think to your point, where this is such a new project, the reason for the continuance would be very helpful.
Is Mr. Madden on the phone?
What's the full name?
Bill Madden. Okay.
Okay.
I could, as far as the continuance for that one, we're working on getting the 53G set up for that. And because Charlie he hasn't been able to do his review yet.
Mhm.
That's why they continued, because there'd be nothing to talk about tonight until he does their. review.
Right, until he does his review. Okay. Okay, so
So I move that we continue
2-22.
2-22 till May 11th. In order to allow the applicant time to set up a 53G account for Mr. Rowley's review.
Second.
Just, it's April 11th, just for the
Oh,
record.
I'm sorry, what did I say?
You said May. but
I'm
it's
sorry,
all
I
good.
meant April. I really did mean.
All good, don't worry.
I wrote it down.
So we have a motion to continue by Kyle Schultz, seconded by Sam Corbett. Mike Baptiste,
Aye.
Jane Gleason,
Aye.
Sam Corbett.
Aye.
Kyle Schultz.
Aye,
And the chair votes aye, 500.
and then I think we have one more, which was the zoning article for the moratorium on solar. I think the applicant requested that we defer the public hearing.
Correct. And they didn't request a date specific though, did they?
Yeah, I think April 11th. Correct, Mr. Buckland?
Okay, so that would be Article 19.
Article 19. Yes, so anyone here from the public on that item, it's not being discussed tonight. Do we have to repost that, Mr. Buckland, okay.
Is there anybody in the room or online that has anything to say about us moving that forward? Having hearing none or seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to continue the discussion on Article 19 until May 11th, April 11th. I almost did it.
Yes.
So moved.
Second,
Uh, We have a motion by Sam Corbett, seconded by Carl Schultz. Mike Baptiste,
Aye.
Jane Gleason,
Aye.
Sam Corbett,
Aye.
Carl Schultz.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, 500.
Mr. Chairman, did you vote to continue the one for Route 25 solar? That's item number 3 in the continuance. I may have missed it.
That one, they're supposed to be here tonight, so that one's not going to continue.
I-
As far as I know, they're supposed to
I
be
was
here.
just saying, I didn't see anything on the
doesn't- yeah, it
agenda about
doesn't say it
requesting a
here.
continuance.
Okay.
I'm gonna get Aaron to make these bigger print.
That's it.
plus we're doing this hybrid thing. It's got to learn how to do that.
Yeah. Okay. Take another swing at this. I've only had like 3 or 4 bites at this apple. Preliminary business, item 1, for a vote or determination, Wareham Crossing, target request modification to special permit. Do we have anybody in the room or online for? Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect.
Let's see here. So if I remember right, at the last meeting, we really did not have a lot of discussion because we got these plans late.
Correct.
I'm not quite sure about the rest of the board. If anybody wants to go first, the only
Look.
question I had on this,
Do we want to have the applicant make the presentation? We didn't really get a presentation.
we can. Yep,
And
absolutely.
I do have questions.
Okay, good. Me too. But you just can go first.
No, it's okay, but I'd like to hear from the applicant.
All right, if you'd like to present your project for us, please.
Okay. I will just, if I have access to share I'm not sure if I could share my screen or not, but I mean, I could just, walk you through it if that works.
Well, if we can get it on the screen, I think that would be better so people can see it.
Okay. Just looking through Zoom, I'm not sure if I see that option.
I'm going to turn you into a panelist. Just when the request comes through, you'll be able to pop in and you'll be able to share your screen that way. So
Okay.
you'll get that request in 1 second.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, I'm just gonna figure out how to share my screen now.
And if you could, before you start the presentation, if you could introduce yourself to the room, please.
Yeah, so my name is Case Lieberman. I'm with Kimley Horn, and I am here representing Target as their civil engineering consultant. Oh, here, screen share. Okay, I got it. Let me just get up the construction drawings. Oh, it's disabled. It says host disabled participant screen sharing.
There you go.
Okay.
It's in our menu.
All right, got the camera working, but not the screen sharing.
They're not up yet.
I don't see them.
Yeah, I don't see them either. I mean, I only had one concern. And I don't know what your.
Yeah, I don't have access to share my screen. It says it's disabled.
Okay. Can you, while we're trying to figure that out, can you walk us through
Start.
verbally what the plan entails?
Yes, of course. So at this Target, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with Target's Drive Up program, but there are currently, I believe, maybe 4 Drive Up spaces available. And so how Drive Up works is, as a customer beforehand, you place an order on your phone on the app of what you want to order from Target. Then you mark when you're going to come. So when you come, you drive into one of the spaces to pick them up, and you mark which space number you're in, and the employees will bring your order out to your car. You can even like mark which window you want your order brought out to. So that's essentially how it works. And so right now there's only 6, but due to COVID, this program showed that it was great everywhere. So now at every Target across the country, they're expanding this. So now it's full 24 drive-in. It's like, instead of like how they previously were, there were drive-through stalls, how it's like you just drive through it, but now it's like 24 stalls where you actually pull into them. So the employees will bring any of the goods out to their car, and in between each stall, with every 2 stalls, I believe, for employee safety, there is a walk aisle there. So above about half of those stalls, so the first 12 and part of the drive aisle going up to the building is a canopy, and it's really meant, 1, for employee safety, 2, kind of as an aid / shield for whether it's rain, snow, anything, and occasionally shade for the summer when it's nice out. But it was really meant as a cover for both the employees and for the customers. I'm trying to think of what other aspects there are for me to hit on, but that is the gist of it. So like I said, there are about 4 existing now. We converted to 24 spaces total, with a canopy on top of the first half closest to the building, 12 of them, and over the drive aisle as well, connecting to the building. And the canopy over the drive aisle does have a high enough clearance so that it follows all fire safety codes. There's a 16-foot clearance, so there's no effect on any emergency vehicles passing under it or anything like that.
You want to start with you?
Sure. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name, but my name's Carl Schultz. I'd like a couple of questions. I did review the plans that we got by email. So my first question is, I saw on the plans where the canopy, the stalls going out into the parking area exist. I think I'm okay with that. My question is, I looked at a modification to the front of the building, which kind of showed a drive. I couldn't figure out what that drive-by in the front of the building was versus what I understand the purpose of the canopies out in the aisle. So could you explain that drive-by across the front of the building?
So in terms of why it goes across the drive aisle is what you're asking?
Well, yeah, I couldn't figure out. There was a change to the front of the building, and at least that's what my interpretation was.
Yes. So even though it's, so technically speaking, there's actually 2 canopies, but they're attached to each other. So, one of it, as you understood, was on, above 12 of the stalls, and there was across that drive aisle. And so the purpose of it being over the drive aisle is so that when the employees leave the building, they're kind of covered when it comes from them walking out of the building to the stalls as well. So it's not included in our scope of work, but there are going to be additional doors on the building. That falls under the architect, but there will be a door. So that's where the employee will leave the building, and right away he or she is covered by the canopy. I'm not sure if that answers the question, but that's why it extends over the drive aisle as well.
Cars will not be driving under there to pick up. That was
No, yeah. It's really just meant there as a cover for the employees, for their safety and for, I guess, comfort purposes as well. But so the cars will never be driving through that, stopping under it, nothing like that. They're really just pulling into the drive up stalls themselves, which will have striping. All the signage is there, just make it clear where to go. And there'll be signage on the canopy as well that supports that. And it's really has directional purposes.
Okay, I have another question on the plans. There's a note on the plan that says the team member drive-up door under separate permit.
Yes.
That's something else, but who's going to do that permit? Where's that application? Where are those?
Yeah. So that's what I touched on a bit before. So those are doors that are going to be installed, but that is something that falls underneath the architect's scope of work. And I think that'll eventually come into play. But that does, like, on my side of things, like, I only do any exterior work, but anything changes to the building itself or anything that's in interior, it's under a separate application. So I think that would be coming your way, right after this, if anything.
Okay, so the two are dependent on one another. It wouldn't make sense to approve one without the other. But so I'm concerned that they've been separated. But all right, I understand your point. My last question, and this is more to the chair or to Mr. Buckland, what is it exactly we're going to be asked to vote on tonight?
You'll be asked to determine whether or not this is a minor or a major modification. And if so, is it approvable as a minor modification with whatever conditions you want to put on it?
Okay, would we approve the minor modification, or would you then have to go to the ZBA?
There are two permits that exist for this property. One is from the planning board, and there's a variance from the zoning board of appeals. The zoning board of appeals would be a parking variance they'd have to modify accordingly. But the site plan review is by the planning board, and that is your prerogative as to whether or not this is a minor modification.
Okay, so we're going to just sort of review on the canopy and decide whether that's major or minor.
That's right. And if it's a major modification, it goes to public hearing.
Right, okay.
All right, I'm clear on it. Thank you, sir.
Ken, since you're here, right there. So you mentioned the ZBA and a parking, and that was going to be my question. By dedicating these 24 spaces, does that drop them below the required parking spots for that project and how it was approved?
I don't believe it does, but I think I need to count from the engineer here as to whether or not they still meet their parking requirements with the spaces committed to the.
But we don't know that for sure.
We don't know that for sure.
You are effectively taking 24 parking spaces out of the equation.
That's right.
If I could just speak on that, there's actually only a net loss of 6 spaces. Technically, anyone could park in these spots, but they are meant to be only for the drive-up program. But so there really only is a net loss of those 6 spaces, and which is due to those aisles in between the spaces that are being converted. So although everything is labeled as drive up, it's not like there'll be any penalties for just a regular customer parking there.
So, if I understand you correctly, if there's a drive-up parking location available, even though I haven't ordered anything, I can still park my vehicle there.
Mhm.
Okay. That question is being posed again, which is these 24 spaces that either are or are not dedicated to the drive up. Does that drop you below the level that was approved for this project?
I don't have those numbers available, but that's something I could definitely look into. I'm not sure of our existing parking counts. I'd have to pull some of our old site plans, but all our targets do tend to be very overparked. So I'm not too concerned, but that's an answer I will have to get for you.
No.
One of the things that we did when we looked at the previous application of Lowe's to use parking spaces for display and pickup of goods was the parking that was required by zoning and what was provided in the site plan that was submitted with the special permit application. And they are well over parked in this project in total.
Bless you.
I have another just point. I was looking through the site plan review and the variance given by the ZBA. I just got out of it, but under the variance from the ZBA, they had 1,472 parking spaces.
For the Target specific or the,
Well, that was for Wareham Crossing, so I guess I can't say if that's just for
yeah,
Target.
see, I don't know if I would buy somebody parking in front of the Michaels and walking to the Target as being an acceptable parking location for Target. You wouldn't be able to sell me on that argument.
I'm not trying to make that argument.
So was your point that the space in front of Target is overparked and that you're comfortable?
The whole project is overparked. I can't say that there's, they meet the demand of spaces in front of their store or not.
My only comment is that generally to the right side is face the building. That parking lot is
Usually empty.
empty, and for the last year, it's been filled with containers
Yeah.
that are now gone.
Yeah. Okay.
I have a question on the flow of traffic. All this is taking place at the front door. Is any consideration for making it one way? I mean, you're talking at the front of the door, everybody's coming into that area and out. And you're having 24 potential customers picking up packages and going any direction at the main door. I mean, if you had them facing it, if you had them coming through the left, coming out and then bearing right, at least you spare the people at the front of the door, give them some space.
Well, so just to touch on that, I mean, technically you'd have less people coming in and out of the building because you'd have 24 less customers going into the building and just one employee bringing out the goods to them. But when it comes to the traffic flow itself, if anything, all of our studies have shown that it is, benefited the store significantly because the turnover rates, I think, went from like 30 minutes in a parking space down to like 2 minutes on average. So if anything, this is like a huge benefit to the traffic flow of the site because you have a lot less pedestrian traffic. And, it definitely is more of a factor of, benefits the safety side of things.
I think.
Not sure if that really answers it, but
I think my concern with that, looking at it, would be for the safety of the employee that's going back and forth between the building and the canopied parking spots.
Multiple employees.
Right? I mean, you're gonna go from what is now 4 pickup locations to 24 pickup locations, which means you're gonna have people buzzing back and forth.
Exactly. I was at Shaw's today. They can continue, not just a couple people. There's 4, 5, 6 running back and forth.
and then just to touch on that also, but part of the scope of work that we're proposing includes 2 stop signs, stop bars, a crosswalk, a curb ramp as well. So all that is also something to take into consideration as we definitely have that in mind as well. And there'll be on a stop sign on both sides of it with the stop bar, as well as, the crosswalk leading up to that first landscape island where the drive up begins.
So it seems interesting that the canopied parking is not dedicated to this program of pickup, and it's close enough to the door that people who are not doing pickup are going to be inclined to park under there, both in the winter, keeps the snow off your car, or if it's raining, or in the summer when there's a lot of sun and it's a little bit cooler for your car. So I think that seems, and I'm not, we're not talking about the program, but it seems that the people who are going to walk in the store at the front door are going to be inclined to use those canopied spaces. And I wonder if they're really intended for the safety of the staff who are rolling carts of goods out to people's cars to load them in their car. That it might make sense to pull it away from the front entrance if you're really trying to dedicate it to that. I mean, I'm just imagining, shifting it right, exactly. And leaving the open uncanopied spaces for the people walking into the store, which.
Just touch on, it's not in front of the entrances. The entrances is all the way to the left. And there's one all the way to the left, one all the way to the right. It's there.
Right.
We're putting it where there's no door available. So in between the two.
So there's an entrance to the store all the way to the right?
Not in this.
I-
Not in this store.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
would say that. That's
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a little canopy thing there, or there's a little structure that's on the front of the building, but it's not,
Yeah, it's not an
it's not
entrance.
an entrance. The entrance is all the
Okay.
way over to the left.
It may be an employee.
Yeah, well, maybe that's coming in with the new entrance that's coming out where the canopy is for staff that we don't know about.
Okay.
Possibility to shift right, several rows.
I'm just looking at this in street view so I can see. Let me see.
Is that structure all the way to the right for covering like shopping carts that are surplus?
I don't think so. I think
Yeah.
there might be a like
There's a
a
little,
freight door type of entrance.
there's a trellis or something just for some architectural interest, or I don't remember what's all the way to the right, but it's not an entrance.
It's not an entrance. I was just looking at it in street view. But yeah, so in terms of moving the location, I mean, that's something could go back to Target and discuss with them, and with their architectural team. But I mean, the purpose of it being front and center is just so that, it's easy for them customers to come and find, and it's purposely, not in front of the, main entrance. But I mean, I could talk to them about the possibility of moving it off to the right a bit.
It just seems that,
I do see why though, if you look at the inside of the store, that area is where customer service is
yeah.
and
Yeah, there might be reasons why they can't have it off to the right, whether it be where they want to place the new doors or
It's where the
something
farm-
along those lines.
yeah, so the pharmacy, I don't know what else is back there, but at the far end, the budget goes all the way to the outside wall. Maybe not.
But
Okay,
even moving it one
One more row
row over to the right.
Or right along the side. The door that comes in from the side, facing the building on the left, they just put a covering there, continue it down the parking lot there. They'll be away from the main entrance.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
mean, everything is happening at main entrance. The cars can be in and out that may not.
I hate to be doing redesign here
Here,
with the
Just put a
board.
canopy. right there.
But I think that the way it was described to us, how it's supposed to function is
My concern is everything's happening there.
maybe gonna not happen the way they're anticipating. So that if it's,
Around the side.
I mean, this is just to touch on that. This has already been installed across the country. I don't think they've seen any issues based on like the location itself and the program being used the wrong way. And then when it comes to moving to the side of the building, I usually can't always be an option due to the fact of if there's any like setbacks in the code or anything along those lines with the property lines or adjacent properties. I'm not sure about this site specifically, but that's usually the main reason why it can't be on the sides of the building.
Using it as a parking spot, it's really their problem.
Yeah.
Not something that.
okay.
Okay. Is there any questions?
Are we redesigning this project for them or,
No.
I think there's a lot of confusion.
Yeah.
That's for sure. It's definitely not straightforward. And when you say it works across the country, we're looking at our unique problem. We don't care about across the country. We're concerned about what's in Wareham.
Honestly, the only thing that I see that was somewhat of a concern was just the potential for safety for the employees coming in and out of the building across that driveway. So the safety features would have to be, pretty pronounced, and a stop sign on the side of the road is not.
Signs don't work.
Yeah, people, especially in parking lots, people are oblivious. They're not looking for a stop sign. They're not going to stop at it. So there would have to be something that would be more pronounced, more effective than just a sign on a post. So that was my concern, was just safety for the employees. And if it's not dedicated and it's considered normal parking and customers abuse it, that's not our issue.
not really
That's Target's issue.
Mhm.
I mean, if it doesn't work the way they design it, that's a failure for them, not for us. It's still parking. But my question about does those 24 dedicated places reduce the number of parking spots that was approved for that project in the very beginning? So I think we would want to see that number as to whether or not it does or it doesn't. I don't
We
know.
were informed it's over parking now.
Hmm?
We were told by Ken it was over parking now.
Yeah, but nobody's, well, I mean, we could take
I mean,
that on face value. We were told that on the Lowe's project, true, too, and it turned out not to be true. When you pulled out the number of parking spots that they wanted to eliminate for their new project, they became short on parking. So, I don't know, Charlie, from an
Be
engineering
consistent,
standpoint,
sure.
do you see anything concerning?
I haven't been asked to look at the project in particular, but the one thing that's occurred to me with respect to the parking and how many spaces are necessary, that was a separate permit from the one that was issued to Lowe's for Wareham Crossing. So I would suggest that you get a copy of the existing special permit to see whether or not there were any particular requirements in that special permit for the number of spaces that were dedicated for Lowe's or whatever was there. Compare what they're trying to do, what the permit said, and let yourself be guided by the determination of what's in the permit.
Mhm.
There may be some other issues in there you need to look at. But I'm just trying to conjure up in my mind why you would want to have the exact front of the building dedicated to pickup spaces where you're going to be having cross traffic between cars trying to pull up in there and pick up packages, and where the majority of the people that walk into Lowe's come right directly to that point. Whereas if this pickup space was on the east side of the building facing Lowe's, there's plenty of room to come in on the main entrance from either Toby Road or from the main entrance of Wareham Crossing, make a loop around, get in that side of the building where you're not interfering with any pedestrian traffic going into the target at all.
Right, yeah,
They could leave without doing that.
the traffic pattern
but
over there is
That's
much.
the only
more
comment I
sedate.
have based on
Yeah.
what you're telling me, because I really haven't studied the plans at all.
No, I would have to agree with that. Looking at the layout, I think the east side of the building makes more sense for this. Because there is an awful lot of traffic in the front of the building, both foot
Right,
and vehicle.
And their freight all goes to the side that's closest to Main Street. Their loading docks are way in the back, so there wouldn't be any interference over there at all with that.
Yeah, they're in the back left corner, I think.
Yeah, that whole back wall is basically freight entrance.
Okay. Is there any comment from the public, either present or online?
I think your discussion should center though about whether it's a major or minor
Right,
Right,
modification.
right.
right.
I just have a few questions if I'm able to right now. Just the first thing is I'm a little confused about is that these drive up spaces have already been approved a few years ago and they've shown nothing but success. And I mean, there's been no hiccups with safety or anything. Like this has been going on for years now there. So there was just that one aspect. And in terms of, the one thing you guys touched on was the safety features being more pronounced. Since we most likely won't be able to move this to the side of the building if there's any issues with setbacks. I'm just confused about how to make it even more pronounced and having stop signs, stop bars, and a crosswalk, which is already being proposed right now. I'm just curious, like what more there is to add than that.
Well, if we move it to the side of the building, I think I don't think we would need more than that.
There's a lot less traffic.
In my mind, like with the project on Main Street with the crosswalk that comes from Merchants Way over to Danny Warren's project, we had them propose a lighted pedestrian type crosswalk stop. So you push the button, you walked across, the thing lit up and it attracted the driver's attention. I would, you said it's in process, it's in place, it's been working for years, but it's in place working for years with 4 spots, not 24 spots. So the traffic of the people running back and forth to that building is multiplied by 6, which means you're multiplying the opportunity for somebody playing on their cell phone while they're going into Target to run one of them down. And that's just not a good recipe. I like Charlie's idea of moving it to the east side of the building. There's little to no traffic on that side of the building. Maybe it represents 10% of what's going into the building.
That's what Carl and I were talking about.
Is this,
So, Mr. Chairman, can we break this into two parts, which is we can decide whether this is major or minor,
Mhm.
and then
And then-
before approving the modification, if we want, we could request the applicant consider some changes to the plan.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
But if it's a major modification, then there's a
Right,
whole
it's
lot of
all out
other,
the window.
yeah, a whole lot of other stuff.
Yeah, if you would come forward.
Are we done with the board discussion?
I think so. I asked
Yeah.
several times.
Okay, good.
Didn't want to interrupt your conversation.
No,
but
thank you. Thank you.
Didn't want to lose my, Jim Akabachi, 398 Main Street. Not having the opportunity to see the plans as you are, I follow the conversation. I agree with Charlie's recommendation, but I'd like to recommend that it be taken a step further. The minute you put a canopy up, people are going to be attracted to that canopy. They are going to want to park there. Americans are lazy. McDonald's doesn't make a lot of money because they have an indoor restaurant. You put up that canopy, they're going to want to park there. You put that canopy way down where those connexes are on the part of the parking lot that you already commented rarely gets used. You've increased public safety. You've put all the pickup people away from the front door. Give them a separate entrance. It's not a minor modification. It's a major modification. And it needs major thought. I would put the canopy all the way over by the solar farm in the parking lot. But I'd call it north, I guess. I'd call it a major modification. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, we could take a couple of minutes just to show the public the shaded area and what they're proposing, so that they understand why we're concerned about safety and wanting to think about moving it.
You now have the capability to share your screen.
Okay, let me see. So this is the proposed, this is where all the existing stalls are. So I guess there's 6, not 4. And then this is where the rest of the stalls will be placed. And then these shaded in gray is where the proposed canopy is going. And then this is just, this isn't site specific, but this is an exhibit of what these canopies typically look like.
So if you could go back to that first display again.
Yeah. I have a better display I could pull up actually. Let me do this one.
So yeah, I don't know about anybody else, but for me, that just reinforces the concern about the safety in the front of the building.
Point they brought up initially. And Carl and I were talking about placement.
Yeah. So I think as far as, and again, this is my own opinion. Is there anybody else that needs to comment?
Please, please.
Yeah.
Trish, you need to announce who you are.
Hi, Tricia Wertz, 30 Taft Street. I just have a quick observation, and we're talking about people or citizens. And when you talk about people who are at that front door, there are elderly people being left off. There's families with kids in their carts, kids hanging off of them, packages all around. It's hard enough for people to get out of the way of the little bit of traffic that goes by there now. And then you put this type of design in place, and then you put up canopies that also continue to block visibility, line of visibility. I think it's probably really not good for the customers in general. I think it can be very dangerous.
Why would it block visibility?
Well, to be honest, I don't think that the line of sight is really our major concern. But the placement is you're multiplying by 6 the activity of drive up, curbside pickup in the very front of the building where the majority of the activity has taken place. And to Tricia's point, elderly people, people with children, and there are a lot of people with children at that store. I see it myself. I think,
Everybody's voice is concerned with safety.
yeah,
and placement.
I think that's our major concern. As far as an actual canopy and dedicated pickup spots, I don't know if I would be inclined to call that a major modification on a
Agreed.
project of this scale. But its placement, I don't think is appropriate. I think that, we can vote on whether it's a major or a minor, and send you back to the folks at Target with some suggestions on modifying the placement. Because that's what I'm hearing is that the placement is not appropriate and it's strictly on a public safety level.
Okay. So, I mean, hypothetically, if it cannot be placed on the side of the building, then what? Because there may be reasons due to architectural, anything in the interior. I'm not sure what's existing on the interior of either sides of those buildings. So that's usually taken into consideration when they choose these canopies in the first place.
And that is a genuine concern, but that's a concern of Target. That's not a concern of ours. Ours is doing what's best for the town. And in this particular project, I'm hearing it from everybody. It's public safety and that the location we don't feel is appropriate.
Okay, so we do 2 votes then?
One to decide if it's minor or major.
Yeah.
And then one to vote on our opinion.
Or
of
just, we
placement.
don't even have to vote on that. We could send it back and,
Send them back with our suggestions.
or just ask our concerns.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So Mr. Chairman, I think after review, I'm comfortable that if they can easily move the location, that this is a minor modification. I understood the Jim's comments that it's major. If they have to reconfigure a lot of stuff, maybe it is major. But right now, as presented, I think we can consider this a minor modification.
Yeah, I would have to agree too.
So I move that we, what would my motion be, Ken? That we approve this as a minor,
Minor
or
modification.
not we approve it, but we
We can
designate,
You find it to be a minor modification.
find it to be a minor modification.
With the appropriate redesign, it improves safety.
Right.
Okay, so that's my motion. I move that we find this to be a minor modification with appropriate redesign to take into our concerns about
Public safety.
safety.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Carl Schultz, second by Sam Corbett. Mike Baptiste,
Aye.
Jane Gleason,
Aye.
Sam Corbett,
Aye.
Carl Schultz,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye, 5-0-0.
So do we want to summarize our direction to the applicant?
So, yeah, having taken this vote, we would consider it a minor modification. But we would ask you to go back and consider a redesign based on our suggestions. Doesn't have to be to our suggestions, but just based on
Or
public safety.
concerns, yeah.
That we have a concern for public safety and that the current location that you're proposing is not appropriate in our opinion.
And then to clarify the count on the parking spaces.
Correct. Yeah. Come back with what was the originally approved count for parking spaces? And does these 24 dedicated spots drop you below that count?
Make that motion.
Oh, I think that's what we approved. That we were just giving her direction on,
Okay, telling them what to do.
or what we were asking for. I think that's.
We know more than Target.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Oh, do we
Thank
need
you.
to set a date for a follow-up?
Do we need to set a date for this?
No, you don't.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
gonna say, it's just when they're ready to come back.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask a question?
Absolutely.
If it turns out that the count that they end up with is less than what was allowed in the special permit, and you've voted that it doesn't need a public hearing to change the special permit, what would you do then?
So if the 24 drops it,
If the special permit said that it needed to have so many spaces, and at this point in time, you don't know what that count is,
right?
how are you then going to modify the special permit to take into that consideration? Mr. Akabachi suggested a modification, which was major. I think he may have even sat in on the zoning board of appeals when this project was even approved.
Mhm.
He may know that. I don't know. I don't happen to know what it is, but it would seem to me that it's an important question to answer before you make that decision as to which way you're going to go with it.
And to be consistent with other projects. Do the same thing with Lowe's.
We did do the same thing, Lowe's. If I remember to Charlie on Lowe's, didn't we make a consideration for the drop
Not
in
without looking
parking?
at the special permit to see what it said.
No, I think we did that.
One of the things
You did, but,
Yeah.
but it was after it was presented.
Mhm.
I don't know that any of you sat on that. Mike, you might have been on the planning board at the time that Wareham Crossing was done. There was a special permit, so a joint special permit, not only for Lowe's, but the entire project, right?
That's right.
Well, I did read that special permit and there was nothing called out specifically for Lowe's or Target. It's as Mr. Buckland said, total parking spaces for,
If the board is comfortable with that, I'm
Well,
just
I'm
raising the
just-
question because I don't know. I'd have to go back and read the special permit too.
Yeah.
But I'm suggesting don't get yourself where you're saying
Minor.
minor permit now, and then you find out later, well, the permit said you have X, Y, and Z. Now you gotta go back and tell them, well, no, we gotta go to a major permit.
it's up to you. We can rescind the vote and
Well, if we go the other, well, so at that point, we would have to put off the vote.
It's easier to go the
Yeah.
other way, to say that in retrospect, to say it's a major modification and then downgrade that to a minor modification later.
or we could defer making that decision until she answers the question about parking
Right.
spaces.
Yeah, we could do that.
Which maybe that would be the better way to go. That would give her the chance to come back to us with a redesign that is geared more toward public safety
That's the
And-
easiest thing to do.
and then answer the question on the parking all at once.
I'm okay if we
Okay.
back off on.
I
the
would have,
vote.
I would have, we said, Mike, it's contingent on if parking's okay, it's a minor. If parking isn't okay, it's a major.
Can we put a contingency on a minor modification
You
or a
could-
condition?
We're making a decision.
You do it as a condition of the approval.
Condition of approval?
Of the decision as a minor modification.
Okay.
That way, I think we got both bases covered.
I think that you're going on the basis of, I think she said it was a differential in net loss of 6 parking spaces, which I'm assuming is not going to be significant enough to make or break this project. So I would think but to be safe, you could probably say that you'll consider it a minor modification if the parking is
Is not adversely affected.
right, is still legal.
Because only thing you're saving in time versus a major and a minor, if you go to a major, you got to go through the whole site plan review
Right.
all over again.
Yeah.
If it's a minor, we're not. So I think that's a clean way of doing it. Save us a lot of aggravation.
Okay, so we'll retake or revisit the vote as entertain a motion to revisit the vote as a minor modification with the condition of acceptance that the canopied parking spaces does not negatively impact the approved parking spaces on the original project.
So moved.
Motion by Carl Schultz, seconded by Sam Corbett, Mike Baptiste.
Aye.
Jane Gleason,
Aye.
Sam Corbett,
Aye.
Carl Schultz.
Aye.
And chair votes aye, 500.
And
Okay,
could I ask a question about whether the spaces under the canopy, which are for pickup by people arriving and never setting foot in the store, if those get counted as parking spaces against square footage of the store or the,
I
Why?
think they would.
Yeah,
That's
regardless,
the applicant's contention, and I agree that they're parking spaces.
right. And I guess in the grand scheme of things, if the car is moving in and moving out, it's considered a parking spot. So, we might be beating a dead horse as far as the worry about it, but
But
would still-
we are losing 6 spots. Because they're.
because of the aisle,
aisles.
right? So based on that, if you could come back to us with the approved number of spots, less the amount we're losing, and that way we can determine it's not negatively impacting parking, and then take into account our concerns for safety on the design. And then we can revisit this.
Got it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And that was supposed to be quick.
I know it. This, yeah. Starting to worry already.
We'll be here tomorrow morning. We'll be here.
Tomorrow morning, yeah. Did you bring your jammies?
We stop at 10.
Okay, next up on the
We don't have
preliminary
to.
business for discussion and vote, Candle Paper Lane release of lot.
Before you start, I left you guys a couple of documents because I've been talking with the lawyer who's representing the applicant on this. So this was the Maple Grove subdivision, which was approved a while back. But the applicant is attempting to sell one of the lots, and I just said I don't want to speak for the applicant, but I'll just fill out my piece. And in the part of the deal, he's responsible. The owner of the lot brought up this covenant, so he's responsible for finding information on it. I dig back in the file from Maple Grove. The most important document of everything I gave you is a letter saying that the performance bond had been released back to the applicant for that subdivision, which in my understanding, that means that all the work had been completed to satisfactory. So this vote would be more of just a formality to help the person finish their deal and selling their lot. But yeah, if the applicant's here, they could probably speak to more details on what I just said.
So this letter is dated 2008. Why is this still, I didn't understand why this is still an issue.
I'm honestly not sure either. When I was talking to the lawyer, he just said the person dug this up and they said they needed this confirmation on it and they needed a vote from the board. And it's the job of the buyer to do this. So I gave him the information I needed, that he needed in terms of making sure that subdivision is done satisfactory, which it seems that it has been. So this is what the lawyer had requested me to make this deal happen so the applicant could sell this lot.
And the planning board did not take this issue up before?
Well, I'm not sure if any other lots were sold in this way before, but this is just what, I was just trying to help him out. So this is what he said he needed. So I provided this documentation for this.
This letter that's from Mark Gifford stating that the work had been satisfactorily performed.
Yeah, there's two. There's one that has a smaller amount and there's one behind it that talks about the performance bond.
Right, but it's not signed.
Which one?
The Mark Gifford letter.
Mark Gifford letter that says for what's 15,388.
Is that the one with the performance bond? That mentions,
It just says that all of these were completed satisfactorily in accordance with the planning board. Total bond monies to be reduced would be 15,388.
So if we go to the next page, though, it says on November 28th, 2011, the planning board voted unanimously to release the performance bond.
that's the information I have. So that's why I would think this is more a formality because it seems that the work has been completed satisfactory to the inspections and everything like that. I mean, people are living there now. It's an older subdivision, so
he's had $15,000 tied up for the last 12 years.
I don't think so. I'm assuming the person who built this has their money, or else they'd be calling every day. But this is just the information that I have from the file that I brought up and gave to the lawyer and then brought to you guys so you could see that the work had been done.
It's probably a case of paperwork that wasn't filed properly. And a bank that's caught it and wants to have it cleared up.
Yep.
Charlie, you comment on that at all?
I'm guessing what you're saying, there probably wasn't a lot release. That may be what he's after. Was there nothing in the file, Aaron, that suggested lot releases?
I would have to go back and check, but from when I looked, this is what I found and I thought would be would satisfy this, but I would have to go back and look at the file
You know,
again.
the same sort of circumstances as you would have with the covenant. Once a road is completed, you get a report that says it's been done.
Right.
But until a lot is actually released from the terms of the covenant or other security, which you're talking about now, he can't get a building permit, nor can the lot be sold for
Right.
individual use. So if the attorney is requesting some sort of a document that says that the lot has been released and there's nothing on record, then there is a lot release form that you need to sign and vote on as a board so it can get recorded.
I have a form that the lawyer had written up for us because it's the first time I'm dealing with this. I'm right here. It states, it dates the covenant that is also attached. It talks about what section, it references the section of the covenant that states what Charlie just kind of said, that it has to be released, the property address, and also the lot number, and where it had originally came from, and then the book and page from the deed. So I have that document right here to be signed by the board, which Ken had reviewed and I reviewed, and I would say it's has information required to release the lot.
So all we're basically approving is a lot release?
Yep. Just so the applicant can move forward with what they were trying to do.
So, Mr. Chairman, through you to Mr. Buckland, is there any risk if we make a mistake and release the lot and there's something we missed?
The road is complete. I don't know what you could miss in this case with the release of the lot when the road has already been released from its performance bond.
Okay,
So, I mean, basically all we're doing is releasing it from the bond, right?
really,
No,
we're
you
doing a
released it
lot.
from the covenant, actually.
From the covenant.
And this is standard and straightforward. We're not doing anything funky here.
No, you're not doing anything unusual.
Mr. Chairman, I move based on the material that's been presented to us that the road is complete, the covenant is complete,
The covenant is the agreement that needs to be resolved at this point.
right? That we that we approve the lot release for what lot, Aaron?
Lot 13.
Lot 13. Is that the appropriate motion?
That's the appropriate motion.
Second.
We have a motion by Carl Schultz, seconded by Sam Corbett, to approve the release of lot 13 for Candle Paper Lane. That just says release of the lot,
Let's make sure we get the wording.
release of.
How do we reference the covenant?
It's release of the lot.
Release of the lot. Okay.
Just that.
Mike Baptiste.
One question, Charlie, was that top coat ever put on that road?
I'm sorry?
Was the top coat ever put on that road? I know that went back and forth for a couple of years.
It actually has been submitted for acceptance by the town. So they are considering that it's complete.
If it's one I'm thinking of, which is right off of Paper Mill Road near the intersection of Main.
Right in the corner, yeah.
Right. I made an inspection of that and I submitted a report on that, I think 2 years ago on behalf of the petition that was before the board for acceptance of the street, like Ken says.
Okay.
And at that time, things looked okay to me.
Okay.
So
Because
that's
I
in your
remember-
record somewhere.
I remember that one, they went back and forth quite a bit in the olden days.
Yeah,
The
but as
market
I wrote in
fell,
there, Mike,
paving.
it appeared to me at the time, and you can look at the letter, I don't
Yeah.
think that there was anything in the letter that I pointed out. There were sidewalks involved and a few other things, but everything looked to be in accordance with the plan. And I think my letter reflected that.
Okay.
But you've got the document there. If you want to see the terms of it, take a look at it right now. Aaron's got it, so.
Yeah. Cornish. Because then we released a bunch of lots. And a couple, the pavement went done, the market dropped off, and it came back again. Yeah, like Charlie said, when Charlie went down and did the last inspection, yeah,
Yeah, that development is basically all built out.
yeah, it's been built out for a while.
You just got that now, so.
Okay. I'm still, I think I'm okay with the motion.
So we have the motion in the second, and Mike Baptiste.
Aye.
Jane Gleason,
Aye.
Sam Corbett,
Aye.
Carl Schultz.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, 500.
You guys could all just sign that. Be great. That's where there are lines. Yeah, the lines there.
Can I borrow your pen? I bring only el-
In my red pen.
Yeah, I know. I only bring electronic pens. Mike, oh, the other way for signature.
Okay. Preliminary business, item number 4.
Are we, 4721 was not continued, right?
721.
Item 3.
You're on the definitive subdivision plan for 4721.
Item 3.
Oh, yes, you're right. I had that marked off because screwed that up in the beginning. Item number 3, possible vote 4721 definitive subdivision plan for 91 and 101 Ferring Hill Road, Wareham, Mass. Care of Atlantic Design Engineers, map 91 and 74, lots 1,000. I'm assuming that's supposed to be 1,007, not 10,007. 2-lot subdivision. Do we have anybody present to talk to this?
You've pretty much gone over this subdivision in the last couple of planning board meetings. This one wasn't voted on the last time around for whatever reason. I'm not sure exactly why, but it is a zoning freeze type subdivision plan for the Ferring Hill Road solar project. It's just a 2-lot subdivision. And it meets all the criteria for the approval.
So yeah, why isn't the applicant here?
Yeah.
Just a question through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Buckland, the 2 waivers that the applicant requested, those are consistent with the waivers we've granted on the other zoning freezes like this that we approved?
I don't think those waivers are necessary, as a matter of fact.
I did, because I didn't remember seeing those waivers.
The waiver was to put in a driveway through winding through the right of way
Yeah,
rather than a subdivision road. And it's not really necessary since the special permit would accept a driveway into the property without having to go through a subdivision road construction. I don't think you have to grant waivers for this.
So this is basically just a formality to freeze the zoning.
That's right.
And we haven't closed the public hearing on this, correct?
It's been closed already.
It was, okay.
Yeah.
Any questions from the board? Hearing none. Any questions from the, well, we've closed public hearing, so it doesn't matter anyway. So we would entertain a vote to approve the definitive subdivision plan for 91 and 101 Fairing Hill Road, Wareham, Mass. LLC, care of Atlantic Design Engineers. Map 91 and 74 lots, 1,007 two-lot subdivision
Without the requested waivers.
without the requested waivers. Do I have such motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Sam Corbett, seconded by Carl Schultz. Mike Baptiste,
Aye.
Jane Gleason,
Approve, yes.
Sam Corbett,
Aye.
Carl Schultz.
Aye.
The chair votes aye,
Gee, it's not
5-0-0.
that late yet.
I'm writing and talking.
Sign that, and then after I sign.
Mhm.
Just this.
I'm gonna read it. I'm not gonna sign something I haven't read. The date is wrong. Held on February 22nd, it voted to approve a definitive subdivision plan.
Yeah,
So
I can change that date.
I'm not gonna sign this until,
Okay, we'll just wait to sign it till afterwards. And you're signing it. Just need you guys to come into the office then to sign it when I ask.
thank you.
Item number 4. For vote on endorsement 8-22, approval not required for 3005 Cranberry Highway, First Hartford Realty Corporation, map 12, lot B. Sir,
You guys want to take a look at the plans or have you reviewed them? online?
Okay.
I have questions about the plan, so if you could put them up on the screen, I would appreciate it.
I don't think we can do that, but I can give you this because no one's online representing them. But I can give you a set in my hand.
yeah. I looked at them in the email, but I like paper. I like paper.
Save the copy.
Record, my name is Doug Troyer. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. Pleasure to see you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So if you could present what we're looking at here, that would be nice.
So in essence, my client has, is looking to do a project on 305, which we're looking to convert into lot B2 as well as lot 1 that is shown, which is 3013 Cranberry Highway. This lot currently has the old 99 restaurant on it. We've gone before the zoning board of appeals to obtain a site plan, special permit and variance for this location. We've also been before the Conservation Commission or a notice of intent. All of those have been granted by this town. We are in a purchase and sale agreement with Ocean State Job Lot in connection with the A&R application that's before you. And our intention is to can finish obtaining the necessary permitting requirements, which we need from the town, and basically close on this property at that appropriate time.
hence the reason for the request for an A&R plan. In essence, we're looking to divide Lot B into 2 lots, Lot B1 and Lot B2. B2 would then be acquired by my client along with Lot 1, which for zoning purposes would, in essence, have Lot 1 and B2 treated for zoning purposes as one lot. We believe that we have sufficient frontage on Cranberry Highway and that this meets all the necessary requirements for approval not required.
Would you file a plan that gets rid of the lot line in between the 2 parcels?
No, we're not looking to divide a plan to divide that lot. Lot 1 is a registered land. We're looking to maintain ownership with the common ownership of both. So we will own both lots, but we're not looking to remove that line at this time.
Charlie, do you have one of these? Have you seen this?
Ken, is this the same property that the car wash was proposed for?
That's right, this is
The,
the car wash.
Jetson- the Jetsons?
This is the car wash.
The Jetsons,
So you guys are in the Jetson car wash business too, or?
I'm not sure what you're referencing, but this is the car wash that was approved by the zoning board of appeals. Yes.
Okay.
So the combining of or the acquisition of this lot it's just to address the egress issue that was brought up when it was first presented to us.
I'm not sure what you're referencing on the egress issue where that was presented to the planning board.
Wasn't there a concern about getting off of that lot?
Oh,
No,
yeah. It's cottage furniture here.
This has gone before the Board of Appeals for site plan review for the car wash. And the Lobster Bowl restaurant, what it was, the Lobster Bowl restaurant, is on that piece, which is on the front. And its property boundary was basically right along that diagonal line that you see. The piece that is behind, which is what they need in order to create the entire lot for the Rain Car Wash, is now owned by Ocean State Job Lot.
Okay.
By cutting that off, it does not affect the Ocean State Job Lot parcel, which is Lot 1, still has the frontage on Cranberry Highway. So this is just basically similar to merging one parcel with another, doesn't affect the frontage, and so it's considered not a subdivision.
Okay.
So just from I can't read this plan. I can't see the frontage for lot B2.
So if you look at the front, I wish I could direct it to it. And if I could approach you, I could
Please,
identify it.
my only concern was I didn't see the frontage for
Yeah, the
B2.
frontage is, so basically.
That's it. It's in the
Variance here. So the frontage is here. So basically there's a mass taking. So basically Cranberry Highway runs down to here. So the frontage on this line is in this area.
Oh,
here. The
that-
frontage on lot 1 is all.
Okay, and how
And
many?
this line identifies the taking from Mass Highway.
Okay, so this is the frontage.
This is the frontage for the to be created lot B2.
And how long is that
And
frontage?
that's about 125 feet. In this area here, though, which we're going to be, this is going to be owned by the same property owners, so we'll basically merge for zoning purposes. We have approximately 360 feet.
Like 125 feet is,
It doesn't matter, Carl. What's
So that lot's not all that big.
So it wouldn't matter if we had no frontage. Right. Still merged. So by being owned by the same property owners, which we're looking to do, we will have a frontage of 363.
okay, I couldn't see that.
Yeah.
But I thought
Doesn't matter what that frontage is, it's being conveyed
Ocean State
as a
Job Lot
separate
County.
parcel to an abutting owner. So it qualifies as a non-approval. No problem.
Any comments or questions?
So that property is going to be right along here. Close to,
There's another car wash in town.
No, is there?
Yeah, in West Wareham.
No way.
Comments, or questions?
no,
Because this is an A&R, do I have to open a public?
No,
there's no public.
just,
Just go
just to
ahead.
vote up or down as to whether or not it's a subdivision, that's all.
Okay.
Endorse it. It's the
entertain a
legal term.
vote
Yeah.
to endorse the firm for, whoever you guys are,
Hartford Realty.
First Hartford Realty Corp.
Yes.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, it sure was.
I'm waiting on a second. Motion by Mike Baptiste, seconded by Sam Corbett.
I wasn't involved in this one.
No, you weren't. I'm gonna leave you out. Mike Baptiste, Mike,
Aye.
Jane Gleason,
Aye.
Sam Corbett,
Aye.
Hal Schultz.
Based on the explanation from Mr. Rowley and the applicant and my understanding of the frontage, I vote aye.
I would have to agree with that assessment. Chair votes aye, 500.
Thank you very much. Is it possible to get the Mylar signed tonight?
Does this board feel comfortable signing the Mylar right now for the A&R?
I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Take any vacations. by the
Very
way.
welcome. Property's been a mess for a long time.
Looking to improve it.
Brian, that's why I said Brian, please, Brian, I don't know who took all that property. It was all of this.
Or what, the old 99? Lobster.
Feel good, my mind's not that bad, see, I remember that.
Same building. I wasn't here that far back.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a green building. It's a green building and it's a 99.
Waterlogged green building.
Okay.
Yeah, you're way before my time.
And the thing is, back in those days, Walmart would build on the site,
Thank
they
you.
owned the site. And then when they changed the regime, they took over the younger kids. They decided it's cheaper to rent than it is to own.
Now you don't like my red pen.
What's this for? Oh, geez, another one.
There's your Mylar, Aaron. And what is this? Oh, the next thing.
Little brook. Okay.
Excellent. That's perfect. Thank you, Ken. It's great seeing you. I'll be in touch.
This is the next one.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Access easement.
This is another A&R, yeah.
That was much copies. Yeah, that copy.
Is that the Patterson book?
Yes.
I've seen that one online. You're okay with that?
It's a parcel combined to combine parcel A.
Preliminary business, item number 5 for vote on endorsement, 9-22 approval not required, 28 Patterson Brook Road, Patterson Brook Realty, map 89, lot 1B and 1A2. Anybody here from the applicants?
Yeah, Bob Rogers is presenting for this project.
I don't think there's any, I didn't see any.
I mean, it looks straightforward, and the fact that Charlie likes it is enough for me.
Hi, Bob.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, Bob Rogers, GAF Engineering on behalf of Patterson Brook Realty and Carol Case. So this is a Form A plan, which is the basic purpose of this plan is to solidify the access to the 2 contractor buildings that are on lot 1A2. And so we are creating a parcel A, 72 feet wide, 310 feet long. We're taking that out of lot 1B and we're conveying it to lot 1A2. And at the same time, we're establishing a 25-foot wide access easement across Lot 1B to get to the contractor buildings on Lot 1A2. So both lots are unchanged as to frontage. There's a reduction in area for Lot 1B and an additional area going to Lot 1A2, but both lots remain fully compliant with zoning. And it basically, again, solidifies access for the two contractor buildings.
Goes that way.
And try for the same reason you gave me the last time. We're just conveying this
Yeah, you're
parcel
just
A.
conveying one parcel to another. It doesn't
So I don't
affect
have
the
to-
frontage at all on either
Okay.
parcel, so you're all good.
This will all be this season. Okay, so I'd entertain a motion for a vote on endorsing 9-22 A&R 28 Patterson Brook Road, Patterson Brook Realty, map 89, lot 1B and lot 1A2.
Sorry, Bob.
Motion by Sam Corbett, seconded by Carl Schultz. Mike Baptiste? Jane?
Aye.
Sam?
Aye.
Carl?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 500.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bob.
This is the Mylar. That pen back to sign. Oh, you need that back.
Next up for discussion and vote, setting a performance bond for Bay Point. Just up for discussion and vote, setting performance bond for Bay Point Phase 2 and Phase 3. Charlie, I know there was a lot of discussion about where they came up with numbers and whatnot. Did you reach a comfort zone with them on that?
No. I don't think, phase 3 is not a part of the request. I don't believe.
It just says phase 2 on.
Yeah, it says phase 2.
But on the agenda, it
It
says
says
phase
2
3.
and
yeah.
Phase 3 on the agenda.
They're not asking for phase 3, the best of my knowledge.
Okay, so we can just correct the agenda. So it's strictly Phase 2.
No, I asked 2 specific questions of Chris Reynolds last week and have received no comment on either one. So I don't have any numbers that I can really give you tonight and recommend anything for you.
Okay.
However, I think it's worthy of some discussion because of the way it was presented. I believe you have, or do you have copies of those documents? Okay.
These numbers, right?
There were 2 documents. The first one that was sent to you only had the total numbers, no unit prices, no quantities or anything. The second one did have the numbers. So what I asked Mr. Reynolds was, what was the source of the prices that he has used? Because without that, I mean, you could pick numbers out of the air.
Mhm.
But my question to him was in my email, was, are these numbers the result of a contract that you have with your contractor who's working on phase two? And if so, could I see a copy of the numbers?
Yeah.
And I have received no response.
I do remember
Is
seeing
Mr.
that email.
Mr. Chairman, is the applicant here?
I don't believe there is. Is there an applicant here for Bay Point?
I'm not comfortable discussing this at all if the applicant's not here.
I'm just giving you a report as to
Okay.
what I saw.
Yeah, no, I think we should put this off and not take any action on it until they respond to the questions posed by Charlie about how they arrived at these numbers.
I have a couple of process questions, though, that we could deal with. First of all, with Bay Point, there's still, and this is phase two, there's still significant issues being raised by Windward, I think it's Windward Pines, about the pump station. And I don't understand how to consider that in this performance bond.
Windward Pines is the project, the Bay Point project. You're talking about the Bay Point Village.
Yes.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, yes. So
Village pump.
the pump where there's a dispute over phase two access to that pump station.
Bay Point Village.
Okay,
The applicant, Stone Street, is not seeking access for phase two in the existing pump station.
No, that is true.
okay, so why are the citizens still confused then?
I think that what they're talking about is related more to phase four than it is phase two. Phase two has an approved pump station for phase two and three.
But the letter we got today, the lawyer specifically referenced phase two.
I believe that the effluent, the design, as I recall it, was that the existing pump station, which pumps effluent out to Onset Avenue, was to be reconfigured such that the line would go to the phase two pump station. The phase two pump station would then discharge effluent from phase two, phase three, and Bay Point condos to Onset Avenue. That's the way that the approval was given. Some of the letters, as I did read, suggest there may be some concerns there. I think that may be a discussion with respect to the special permit, but not with respect to this, which is a request for a performance bond. However, in dealing with the pump station in this request, it should only be done, in my opinion, based on the current design, which has been approved for phase two and three and the plans which you have. Now, that pump station unit has been put in the ground. But it's my understanding, based on the information that we've received for phase four, that they intend to put in another well side of that, which would change the configuration of how effluent is received from not only phases two and three and Bay Point condos, but also from phase four. So any approval of this phase two performance bond should be only based, in my opinion, on the existing phase two construction and nothing more. So if there's any consideration given to a change in that construction, I believe that they should give you some evidence as to what that cost figure will be and how it relate to this. But as far as what we have for information, I don't have sufficient information to say that the numbers, the base numbers are good.
Yeah.
And then I also think that at some point you need to discuss exactly how you want to apply whatever increases would normally be done to the base amount. And the reason for that is twofold. The first part of it is that should a default occur and the town takes over to finish the road construction, which is what this is for, it would mean that the town would be looking at prevailing wage rates to go in and do that construction. The second thing which I'm concerned about in how to apply an increase would be that in the past several months, since phase two and three were done and they started construction, you have seen outlandish increases in the price of asphalt, of construction materials. So to apply just an ordinary 25% like you have done before doesn't seem to me logical based on what's happened.
Yeah, it's not protecting
So
the
I think
town.
there needs to be some good discussion as to how that takes place.
So, I mean, based on the fact that they haven't responded to your questions about the source of their
much as-
information, I would stop this cold and just.
Right, until that information is received, I would recommend you take no action.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would have.
I'm still, thank you. I'm not questioning it. I'm reading the letter from Attorney Angley. And
Maybe I can shed some light on that too. My understanding of it is that Bay Point has decided to put a new pump station in and use that for phase 2, 3, and 4. And Bay Point Village is arguing that that somehow needs approval by them.
Why?
On the existing pump station.
okay, so I'm uncomfortable, and this is one of the questions I get. Until they resolve clearly for me how this all works, I don't know how I can approve this project. It's totally confused. I'm sorry, maybe I'm being dense.
No, I agree with you, but I don't think that's what's before us tonight.
Well, no, because it's phased, so there's an argument, and we're not going to approve these numbers, but I don't understand how we can look at numbers if we don't know exactly what the plan is.
Well, the plan is, as Charlie said, is in place already, and it's a pump station for phase 2 and 3. It's separate from the pump station that's being used for the existing
Okay.
facilities at Bay Point and the village.
Thank you, but lawyer Angley's contention is that and I don't have the plans for phase 2 in front of me, so I'm speaking only, is that plan shows that the force main is going to be diverted to their pump station.
Yeah, it is. And that was part of the approval and it's part of the special permit for phase 2 and 3, which is currently in place. Now, it seems to me at this point that that's an issue for Bay Point and for Bay Point condos to mitigate or take care of in some way or another, because during the public hearing process, if it was the case that they needed permission, it would seem to me that the condos should have spoken up at that time.
So
I don't recall if they ever did.
Did you see the letter from?
I
the
did.
attorney?
I've read
okay.
it. And I see the paragraph in the agreement which suggests that they need their approval. But I don't think that that in itself would affect what they're being, asking you to approve in terms of numbers. Because the construction of that pump station in phase 2 was designed to accommodate the flow from Bay Point condos. If it doesn't take it and Bay Point says no, then they'll have to maintain the existing line that they have. But that does not affect what Bay Point wants to do with their own pump station. Would not affect anything that they do there. So I think that, I think it's right to set off the wait until we get the proper information for the release. Basically what Bay Point's asking for is a release of the lots that would be on Starboard Avenue in phase 2. Setting this performance bond in place would mean that you would then release the lot similar as you did for lot 13 tonight.
Mhm.
But you got to have the numbers in place before you do that.
Right.
But that's all they're asking for right now.
And based on this, that we can't do that.
Plus the phone calls unanswered again. How are you gonna get information from them? If they don't return your call?
I've emailed them. I did one on the 22nd. I did one on the 24th, which was last Thursday, because when I looked at the number for the concrete bounds that are there, they had one bound to be set at $7,500. That's crazy. I counted 16 bounds that need to be set on Starboard Drive alone. So they need to reflect that number and correct that number. They haven't done it. I haven't heard from Chris. I don't know if he's on vacation. I did copy you, Mike, and also Ken with that, but I've never heard from them. So until we get the information, sit on it.
Mr. Chairman, this seems to me like a significant item we're being asked to consider, and the applicant is not here. They consistently don't come to the meetings. I don't know how we can proceed with, I know we talked about the project, but if they don't come to the meetings,
Well, this kind of flies in the face of the meeting we had.
Exactly.
I mean, the whole purpose of the meeting was
That's
to
been
be
in process
prepared.
for probably 6 weeks, Ken. I don't know when, I don't remember when that first document came in asking me to take a look at the numbers. But
Yeah,
it
it was
came
at
in
least
without
4
any
or 5
units.
weeks ago. And your email to them asking for clarification was well over a week ago, if not
It was,
more.
yeah, it was about a week ago for that one. But my first request that they at least supply some unit numbers, that's a month ago.
Can I add something about this schedule of values?
Sure.
They need to give us a breakdown on labor and materials too, particularly
that's-
if we've got to look at it in terms of
Yeah,
prevailing wage
prevailing
rates
wages.
and
Yeah.
That's
and
why I was
escalation
asking.
rates and you can't do it with just a lump number for
I know.
both labor and materials.
That's why I asked them for clarification as to where it came from.
Mhm.
Because I tried to take their numbers and work out what the cost for asphalt would be. I just
Crazy.
took what they had. And I called one contractor to say today, what is your cost for asphalt mix today if you go to the plant? And he said, right now, he says it's about $65 a ton, but it's probably going to go to 80. That's just to buy the materials. That's not to place it.
That's
So-
significant. That's 25.
So you've
25%
got to
jump.
figure
Yeah.
that there's going to be another, maybe it won't be another $80 a ton, but it's going to be something on top of that. So I can't even verify with numbers that I got from a contractor that I know that these numbers are any good.
Mhm.
Well, and they should,
So-
for their labor rates, they should apply for prevailing wage.
Well,
A
they
rate
don't,
sheet.
they don't have to in terms of what they do because
least tell
they
us
don't
what the
necessarily
labor
pay
rates
them. But
that
if the
they're-
town had to,
If
they
the
would have
town
to.
has to, exactly. So.
That's right.
Right.
So that's why we need to figure out what the increase would be, both for that and also for the fact of inflation. So
Mhm.
that's where we're at with it.
Yeah, so I mean, like line item 5, hydrant, 16,783. So it should be broken into 2 lines, 3 units at $400 a piece for materials, and then 3 units at,
Well, that's what you would
17
probably
hours.
get if you had a contractor's proposal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You would have that breakdown. You would know what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you could apply that based on whenever the contract was set.
okay,
So I've had no requests for construction inspections in the last, I don't know, 2 months maybe. So I don't know exactly what's going on out there yet.
Hmm.
But these numbers, I can't go by anything yet.
Sort of fantasy
Okay.
right now.
How do we,
so I would,
our agreement with them?
I'm sorry?
They're not answering phone calls again. They're not giving us proper information again.
Right,
We've agreed to a certain timetable.
and it doesn't look like they're
Exactly.
taking it very seriously.
Exactly.
Okay, well, I mean, as far as acting on this tonight, I would entertain a motion that we do not act on it based on incomplete information and
And no
unanswered
information.
requests for the information that we feel we need.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion by Sam Corbett, seconded by Mike Baptiste. Mike?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Sam?
Aye.
Kyle?
Aye.
And chair votes aye.
I'd like to
5-0-0.
move to close the public hearing and bring this to a close now and just vote, but forget it.
Well,
Well, that,
I,
it's not, unfortunately, Kyle, it's not a public hearing question on this particular vote.
I know.
and to be honest, I think in the spirit of fairness on our side, we've sat down with him, we've come up with the schedule. Let's let the schedule run its course. And on May 9th, he either is successful or he is not.
They should be worried about the vote.
Yeah, 'cause
Tired of it.
I agree. Okay. Public hearings on zoning articles. Article 19 has been put aside for tonight. So we would bring up Article 26, a spring town meeting warrant, amend the town of Wareham zoning bylaws for affordable housing under the local initiative program. Do we have someone here to speak to that?
Mr. Buckland, are you presenting this one?
No, I'm not.
Do we know who is?
This is a petition of Brenda Ekstrom.
Oh, this isn't where you were working to fix.
I was, but Brenda went ahead and produced a document on her own.
Have you seen it?
No. It's probably on the website. I thought we
It
were.
is on the website, yes.
Yeah,
I sent an email to you guys probably
Yeah, I mean,
last week or the week before saying that they're posted on the website, but I
Okay.
don't have any copies with me tonight.
So, Mr. Chairman, based on the fact that the proponent is not here, I move that the planning board does not support this local initiative.
Agreed, second.
Hearing a motion to not support and a second, I would put it to a vote. Mike Baptiste?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Do we want to have a discussion? Mr. Buckland, is there any concern with my motion?
No.
No, it's not very open, but
Well, what do you propose we do if the applicant isn't here to present the?
Right.
discuss the merits and what you want to present to town meeting. If you want to just say that because the applicant wasn't here or the proponent wasn't here, that's the reason why you don't like the zoning article.
Well, I think it would have been more appropriate for them to be here if they're asking us for our support.
It would have been, yeah.
And
I would have to agree.
I would like somebody to explain it to me.
Well, that would be the proponent.
That would be the proponent.
We don't support it.
Is anyone on Zoom?
No one has raised their hand to speak.
So we continue with the motion in the second.
Should we, I'm still looking for the right way to do it. Should we defer this?
You have to make a report to town meeting and
When is that?
Well, there's still opportunity to defer this till the 11th, isn't there?
yeah, there is.
That's what I said
You
we
can
could.
postpone it for a while and wait till
Let's do that.
you have some discussion on it. And if you want a critique on it, I'll give you a little bit of a critique the way I see it right
I
now.
would welcome Mr. Buckland's input. I understand why we need to do it because as crafted last summer, it didn't fill all the buckets for the,
Yeah, the Attorney General in an unusual letter okayed the bylaw, but mentioned a whole series of problems with it and suggesting that apparently it couldn't be used as is. I contacted DHCD as well too, because they run the local initiative program that provides towns with an option for producing affordable housing on their own terms. And found out some additional information that wasn't included in the bylaw.
So was it you that did the work? And
He-
then,
Ken
No,
was
I didn't-
originally going to fix it. but-
I had, what I had done was I'd taken the one from last year and rewrote it to, and presented it to Brenda Ekstrom and Town Council and suggested we have a discussion on it. Ms. Ekstrom moved ahead on her own and decided that she didn't want to wait for the further discussion since that would take too long and submitted her article as a petition article in the revision that she made.
so she was overly eager to get this.
She wants to get it
Into it.
right and she wants to get it in the hands of town meeting and she wants to correct it. I don't think what she's done has corrected all the problems with it though.
Well, I mean, the problem that I think I have with it, if she's eager to get it right
And not here.
and not here, that's kind of contradictory.
Plus, this goes back a year trying to fix the problems that were in originally.
Mhm.
So I make a motion, we do not support.
Second.
Mike?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Sam?
Aye.
Kyle?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 500 not to support. It's unfortunate she wasn't here tonight to speak to this.
Yeah.
You know, might have been some good that came out of it.
Exactly. But you know,
Well,
they know the process, they know we're here, they know we're meeting, and
just to, go ahead.
the purpose of being here is to speak to it, to gain support, to ask questions. And it, again, repeating myself, she knows we're here. She knows what day we meet. She'd been working, Mr. Buchan was working with her. She chose to not work with him, go on her own way. You know, I don't believe we should give second chances anymore. You know, you have an article you want to propose to us for our support. You're not here, you're not going to get support, not mine. not
Well,
yours.
it would be difficult to stand up and put my name on it and say,
Exactly.
I support this in the name of the board without hearing what it's all about from the person who's pushing it.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of order, and I appreciate, first of all, we didn't open the public hearing. We need to do that probably before we take the vote. And we actually should ask,
Yeah, you're right.
So-
I bypassed it.
we got a little ahead of ourselves, but in our frustration.
I was just gonna say, yeah, the frustration level.
So I move that we open the public hearing. We hold up on our vote and we open the public hearing.
Yeah, so I agree. Is there anybody present that would like to speak to Article 26 for the Springtown meeting to amend the town of Wareham zoning bylaws for affordable housing under the local initiative program? Either in the room or online.
Tricia Wertz, 30 Taft Street. I would like to ask you to consider to hold this and look at it on April 11th. What I know Brenda has been working on is a way to build and get additional 40B housing approved that isn't in a development where you get 100 units and X percent are low income, but you always increase the number of low income units you need because you've increased the number of regular units you need. I've spent extensive time with her the last time looking at what she wants to accomplish. And I think if it's run right, it could be very successful. I think also, I mean, basically what she's saying is, you know, you can build a unit on a piece of your land that has enough space or on the home and rent it out as 40B. And if you sell the property, it has to be sold to be continued to be a 40B property. But it allows people who have elders or other family members and have the space where they could put a 40B unit in to where they live right now. And it literally, the concept would help us decrease our good unit to required 40B unit that we need based on what the state tells us we need, especially since our mobile homes are not being counted for it. I believe when I look at what she was trying to accomplish last time, why it may not have worked as well as she wished is, one, she had a concept on how it could be managed, but there's no one to manage it. Two, it's being presented at a time when costs of building materials, et cetera, are going way up. So it may reduce what the type of adoption level that she thought might be able to be accomplished. I don't know if it's still good to go forward with it or not. The concept is good, so I think it would be worth waiting for one more meeting to give her the chance to be here. I don't know why she isn't here. She usually shows up at things. I don't know if she wasn't aware she was supposed to be here. I don't know why, but I think the concept is worth taking another look at before we just say, don't do this.
No, honestly, I think that the concept is a good one. I think that there's a level of frustration here. And I honestly have to say that I don't know the timeline in terms of getting our approval or our vote to ready for town meeting.
This week.
No, it's not. You have up until town meeting to make a report to town meeting. You can make a report on the floor of town meeting if you wanted to.
Okay.
You have time to consider this. One of the things you can't consider, though, is a substantial modification in what's been submitted.
Mhm.
You know, I often talk about zoning being something so dense and difficult to get through. It's like a cross between Tolstoy's War and Peace and something more difficult to read in Russian. But it takes it some time to think it through, and that's what I wanted to do. Brenda didn't have that ability to wait much longer and wanted to get something in place. And I think there's problems in it, and I don't know if it'll, even if it passed town meeting, and it only needs a majority vote, by the way, since it's an affordable housing zoning bylaw. It doesn't need 2/3 vote, it just needs a majority. That it would require some additional time to make it work properly.
Well,
That's my
it seems that
opinion.
conceptually it makes sense because we've always been up against 40B. There's always been a need for affordable housing in town. And I think that Brenda, the proponent, would benefit from even giving us, in addition to the language of the warrant article, some sort of outline of what the concerns were previously when it was discussed, so that we know what we're trying to fix with it. So
I think it would have been much more successful.
Yeah.
She
Oh.
has just, okay, wonderful. Nope.
Upstairs, right?
Hello.
Good evening.
Hi, it's Brenda Ekstrom. I did not know I was on the agenda. I didn't get any notice. So I apologize. I just got 3 phone calls and 2 text messages that this was on, that you were discussing it. So I would respectfully request to either get on your next agenda, or if you have any questions, I can answer them now.
How do you feel about moving this to the 11th and giving it a,
I think it's a good idea.
what's that?
I think it's a good
I
idea.
think it's a good idea.
All
Give
right,
the
so-
benefit of the doubt.
So we'll forego the original vote and I will request a motion to move this to the April 11th agenda of the planning board.
So moved.
Oh,
Okay.
wait a minute. I'm sorry. I don't want to shoot myself in the foot a second time. Is there anybody else that would like to comment on this while the public hearing is still open? I almost screwed up again, right?
Well, we can't close the hearing if we're going to continue it until.
Thank you.
How you doing? Jim Manise,
Hey, Jim.
Cranberry Highway. How we doing tonight? Was this was scheduled tonight? The hearing was scheduled for 7 PM?
Says 6 on the agenda.
6, okay. 8:15. I was watching from home. Had a little trouble with the audio from yourself and from Mr. Schultz mostly. So I came in. It's too bad we don't have copies of the articles to be distributed, or are they online?
They're online, yes.
Okay, well, that's good. I have some background with this, saw it go through, read all the Attorney General's comments, and I would have hoped that would have been worked with more cooperative manner, try to resolve the issues so we could move forward and perhaps pick up some of these properties or accessory apartments towards affordable housing. I'm glad you're considering to continue the hearing in order to let Ms. Ekstrom speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Is there anybody else that would like to comment? Nobody?
I'll make a comment. I really don't want to discuss it, but Ken, were the concerns to septic? The original concerns weren't even addressed. They said, okay, you can build this, we can add this on, but there's no Title V. If it's town, that's fine. But is there anything in this now about that?
Yeah, Brenda, put something in about Title V being a requirement, either being connected to sewer or being able to do Title V without a special permit or variance from the board, from the health regulations.
Requirement.
It is.
Yeah, that's a
it
requirement in
was
there now.
listed in there.
Didn't hear it much.
Yep.
Nothing else.
Okay. So again, I guess since there's nobody else who wants to speak to this publicly, I would entertain a motion to move this to the April 11th agenda where hopefully Brenda will be available to go over this with us and educate us to a point where we could be comfortable putting our support behind it at town meeting. Do I have that motion by
Jane made
Mr.
that motion.
Baptiste,
So
seconded by Jane?
Second.
Sam? Sam's a nay. Kyle?
Abstain.
Abstain. Mike?
Aye.
Jane?
aye.
And the chair votes aye, so it'd be 3-0-1,
311.
3-1-1,
Thank you.
3-1-1. So we'll move this to the April 11th agenda. That's gonna be my mark from here on out. This is all I use at work. It drives my kids crazy. Article unassigned, amend town of Wareham zoning bylaws for solar energy generation facilities. Was this the handwritten one, Ken?
No, this is the one that the bylaw committee, the solar bylaw study committee, Ms. McHale is going to present.
One is 50 pages.
Huh?
That one is,
This was
Covers
one that's
everything
still
you
on the
want.
printer.
We tried.
That's this one here.
exactly.
You killed a few trees. I don't know how environmentally friendly you were with that.
I didn't print it.
Template for the world.
Hmm?
Template for the world.
Does the committee
Thank you,
have copies of the bylaw as we proposed?
Thank
If
you.
not, I'd like one.
It was still in the printer as I raced out the door. Still in the printer as I raced out the door.
How did the handout come out? Do you have enough to hand out to the board?
So we have to open the public hearing.
We would have to open the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we open the public hearing on the unassigned article to amend the town of Wareham zoning bylaws for solar energy generation facilities. That would be section 590, some updates to Article 3 and some updates to Article 16.
Second, motion by Carl Schultz, seconded by Sam Corbett. To open the public hearing. Do we have a vote? Mike?
We're just voting on opening the public hearing.
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Sam?
Aye.
Kyle?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5-0-0. Okay, I'm glad to see you're here to speak to this.
And I am glad to be here to speak to it as well. I'm Nancy McHale. I'm the chair of the Wareham Solar Bylaw Study Committee. And I am happy that a significant number of my committee members are here as well. Denise Wolk, who's sitting next to me, Jackie Nichols, Jim Ikabachi are all present, as is our Board of Selectmen Advisor, Jim Eunice. So
And Carl Schultz.
I'm
and
here
Carl
too.
Schultz is here as well, sitting up there being incognito. Sorry, Carl. And so I have a little prepared statement. You have the bylaw in your hand. The warrant article is written. So I won't belabor that point. You also have our handout about basically what it does. But I would like to thank you for the opportunity to represent the work of the Solar Bylaw Study Committee to you and to the public. The study committee is proposing an entirely new bylaw, which would replace the existing section 590. Not only are those are
and the associated necessary changes with Article 3, Section 320 of the use table and Article 16 definitions. I understand that your time is scarce, and I hope that you've had a chance to take a look at this or join in on some of our public meetings. The committee started with the existing 590 as had been written. We researched, we discussed, we considered all things solar. We took public and industry input, as well as the recent Attorney General's ruling on the June 2021 amendment into consideration. That Attorney General's ruling had an emphasis that the Massachusetts State Law 40A, Section 3, does not allow unreasonable limitations on solar facilities. The committee has focused our attention on revising the bylaw to minimize the environmental impact, as well as preserving the integrity of our residential neighborhoods. Some things have not changed. The as of rights siting for small scale solar, less than 250 kilowatt DC behind the meter, and rooftop building mounted solar has not changed. They are still permitted by state law in all areas. Okay, and we certainly agree with that issue, no problem. Some of the changes that we have proposed in this new bylaw is that the planning board is the special permitting granting authority for all solar projects, as well as the site plan review authority. This is so that expertise is focused just on one board and not split between the ZBA and the planning board. That was very intentional, and the planning and the ZBA is well aware of this issue of that. The purpose of the bylaw and the warrant article explanation, while acknowledging the landowner's right to develop solar, also discusses the citizens' rights, such as clean water, clean air, it acknowledges the role that trees play in our environment, and citizens have a freedom, the right to be free from noise and glare, etc. The size is limited to 5 megawatt DC. This was an informed decision rather than limiting the size of the parcel. We went with limiting the size of where the panels were, the amount of energy that the panels would produce, believing that in the future, that size, the acreage will be reduced as technology increases, but also gives the flexibility in terms of siting within a parcel. So that if there are areas where it's more appropriate to have it sited, as opposed to just doing one square swath of trees, it certainly could be done in a project. We've put in clauses that would require more rigorous studies for noise, for lighting, for glare, for visual screening, stormwater, and environmental impacts. Also, we've included natural heritage and cultural evaluation is to be done. We know that significant grading has been an issue in the past, and have put in a clause that any and all earth removal must be approved and consistent with Article 3 of the town bylaw, which is the earth removal bylaw. Just to make it eminently clear that this, it's not that you can go in and put in a solar project without having those permits in place. So siting is prohibited in Chapter 97 areas that are considered open space. This is in an effort to keep the environmentally sensitive areas like the wetland resource areas, the historic register properties, land that's natural, that priority habitat, estimated habitat, and or critical natural landscape. from being developed. Those are significantly environmentally sensitive to our entire ecosystem here. We've also put in a clause that if indeed the parcel is 50% priority habitat, estimated habitat, or critical natural landscape, that a solar project is not there either. And those are current DOE smart regs that are where we had taken that language from. Restricted siting for projects between 250 kW and 5,000 kW are possible in R130, R60, CG, CS, industrial, and CR districts are especially noted. They are allowed on brownfields, landfills, sand and gravel pits, canopies, farms or existing agricultural land, and previously disturbed land. The setback is 75 feet from the property line, not from a residence, except in industrial areas. And that setback does not include any required buffers. A diversity of natural vegetation is to be used for screening and to noise buffer. And that's so that there is consistent year-round buffering of the site. The use of chemically treated timber poles is prohibited for use of mounting the solar panels. And fencing is required only for safety and could be eliminated for some projects to allow for wildlife movement if the board feels it is appropriate in that site. Battery energy storage systems may be included only as ancillary to the on-site collection system. Abandonment and decommissioning surety is increased to 200% from 125% of the cost of the estimate. This is reviewable every 5 years. It is to never be decreased. That is the summary, the sort of the nuts and the bolts of the significant changes in this. I would ask if any members of the solar committee would like to add anything.
Denise Wolk, member of the bylaw committee. I thought it was particularly important that we consider cultural and heritage sites as they were previously not included. So being aware of the need for respect for native lands and for cultural sites is important. And this is a very high level. This is a 1,000-foot overview of the overall bylaw. And if you haven't had an opportunity to read it in full yet, we suggest that you do that. You know, the whole idea was to balance the need to generate energy with gas at $4.28 a gallon. We're all feeling the need for energy. So balancing the need to produce clean, efficient energy with respect for our environment and respect for the way that our community is, and not becoming some sort of a solar energy ghetto here in Wareham, which it feels like we have become in some areas, or it feels like we could become, was important to us. So we really looked and tried very hard to balance need with responsibility.
Mr. Buckman, do you have any questions or comments?
This committee has worked really hard on this bylaw. I was an advisor to them and helped them where they thought they needed help, but they have put together a real nice bylaw, I think, overall.
Now, you want to speak to that?
I'll speak to the board when the board, but I'll let anyone else go first. Oh, Jackie's gonna.
Jackie, I'll say something.
Hi, Jackie Nichols. I just want to clarify just one thing. The state has made it very clear that we have to allow solar. And we have worked really, really hard to try to, as Denise said, balance the rights of the landowners, the wants of the citizenry and stay within what the Commonwealth has said that we have to do. And we realize that there have been so many solar projects that have come down. I've been here 7 years, and as the assessor, believe me, they're all landing on my desk at some point. But we've worked really hard and listened to industry experts, environmental experts. We've read a million solar bylaws and looked at a lot of different things to come up with what we hope is a good balance. Now, the other thing that we all agree on is that this is it's a living document, and it needs to be constantly looked at. And, you know, for our part, I think we'd like to have it seriously looked at every couple of years as technology changes and as the landscape changes and the economy changes. So again, it's a living document. And I hope that you'll support our hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Does the board have any questions?
I've read through it. I think we've talked about it briefly.
Okay. So I would like to comment and make my recommendation. I'm going to recommend that the board support this bylaw. A couple of comments. First, we took a lot of public comment, and a lot of the public comment was around siting, appropriate siting. So a lot of the public comment is, why aren't we putting solar on rooftops? Why aren't we putting solar over parking lots? I'll focus on those two things. And the important thing I want to communicate is this bylaw allows that, but the bylaw can't make that happen. Those choices are landowner choices. And the best, we looked at ways to try and incent it. And as a town, there are very few levers that a town can pull to incent that's federal incentives or state incentives. So I want to make sure that everyone understands we did everything we could to try and consider that siting, and it's allowed. And it's always been allowed, and it will continue to be allowed. So that I wanted to respond to we did clearly listen to the public input on that item. I think we worked really hard understanding that solar is needed in the world and in our country and in our town, but it needs to be balanced such that it fits into the nature of our town. So we spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to craft a bylaw that provides guidance to landowners, solar developers, on where we think that siting should be. We took input from we looked at the model bylaw written by the Cape Cod Commission. And one of the things they suggest, they have a mapping tool for out on Cape Cod that tries to identify areas where appropriate siting occurs. That didn't extend to Wareham. So we looked for other analogs, and Ken helped us on that greatly. And we looked at what DOER is saying and what the SMART program is saying. And there is a mapping overlay called the Biomap 2, which we reference in the definitions, which gave us some guidance to help try and protect those priority habitats and the pine barren. We know that we got significant input from the town about the pine barrens, and we tried to craft the siting requirements to protect those areas. And I think we've done a reasonably good job at protecting those habitats and the priority areas. We heard significant amount of concern about tree cutting, and that will continue to be an issue for climate change and solar and balancing those issues. We did the best we could, but we outright prohibiting tree cutting, we didn't think was going to pass muster. The other thing we did note is that solar is only one kind of development that can, or one kind of land use on these projects. And the kind of restrictions that we've tried to place on solar for siting really are far more restrictive. If somebody wanted to come in and put a warehouse up, they could do that and wouldn't face the kind of restrictions that we've put in place. So we're doing the best we can for this one kind of land use. We feel that those other kinds of land uses are at some point going to have to make these trade-off considerations as well. But the point I'm making is that we took all that into consideration. The other thing, some other things that we worked on, one, we got clear input in the beginning from some solar developers. They didn't really push us for what they wanted to see. All they asked for was really clear guidance. They would like to know upfront what the town expects so that it's not ambiguous, it's not hard for them to figure out. So we tried to write the bylaw not only so it's clear to the residents, but it's clear to the developers what they're expected to do in town. And further, based on the experiences we've had with trying to review these projects in the past, we tried to give much clearer guidance to the planning board as the site special permit granting authority site plan on what's expected, so that it's not as difficult to work with the developers and the landowners, because it's usually a three-party agreement, so that everybody knows what's supposed to be done. And we worked really hard to try and balance all of those things. We acknowledge that it's not going to be perfect. And I think it was Denise, or that we have to review this. It's a living document.
Yes.
Technology changes, the science changes, information about the climate is going to continue to change. One of the things we discovered from all of our work is the state is being inundated with challenges, complaints, questions, because the original rollout of the law is perhaps not clearly understood or having unintended consequences. And the state is reviewing and evaluating that. So we need to continue to be able to respond to that. So I encouraged the committee, and I think we took this, is not to let perfect be the enemy of the good. We weren't going to ever get to a perfect bylaw that satisfied every single concern. And I think we tried to do that. And I encourage you to read that into the work that was done and support this bylaw. Because right now, if we don't get a new bylaw passed, we're going to have to live with what we've got now and all the problems that faces. And I don't want to speak to the other competing bylaw, but I'm not sure. I'll speak to that when that comes up. But if we don't do that, what are we going to do? So I encourage you to look at this, to review it, to approve it, and then if it needs improvement, let's work to improve it. It's not a step backwards; it's a step forward.
Yeah, I agree.
Several steps forward, I believe, but
Progress, not perfection. Just keep moving.
so that's my recommendation to the board.
It seems that idea that it's a living document.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd like to have something to say. My name is Linda Rinta, and I was a member of the study committee. I think that I was the different perspective appointment to the solar study committee. And I believe that we addressed many of the siting concerns with great care and deliberation. Overall, there are a lot of good things in this bylaw to balance the concerns of neighbors and protect the environment where they are located. And we did spend a great deal of time on that. My perspective, differing from the earlier bylaw passed in 2021, is to think of ground mount solar as a planning tool, accommodating for needed change rather than blight. I believe that I brought that interest before the subcommittee for consideration. You may disagree, but this is what that position. One of the greatest challenges we are facing today is the impacts of climate change. On that, I think we can all agree. And those of us that are farming are on the front line of that right now. We need sooner than later a transition to new renewable energy sources, not in little bites that are often inefficient by their small size, but in measurable amounts throughout the country. There's a vocal outcry to the change this implies, and yet we all seem to want more energy. Energy from what? Every source has its time life, and they are all of them are but temporary until the next technology comes along. I propose that we look at ground mount solar as temporary, that it can be decommissioned when the technology is no longer efficient and the land can be restored to its former condition, and there is no power generation that can be so erased. We live near a nuclear power plant that can't be erased. And we think about all the other forms of energy generation that can't be erased. This may have a large impact on people today, and we should be very careful about where we put it in neighborhoods. But the reality of it is, it's all temporary. As a planning tool, a 20-year ground mount lease ties up attractive land that would otherwise be developed for house lots, which is so much easier to permit. It is so much easier to get a permit to develop land than it is to get believe me, I've been working at this for 4 years. I've heard the cry that Wareham is giving away its space for free. Solar is not a giveaway program. It pays more in town than property taxes, and it doesn't require schools. It doesn't require snow plowing or roads, and it brings with it upgrades to the electrical distribution system at no cost to the town, and our town needs upgrade. Change comes in all forms. One of the greatest challenges, and I'm going to speak right now just about farms. One of the greatest challenges farms face today is the economic pressures of competing in a global market for products that are grown at the highest cost in the world. One of our highest costs is fuel. We spend an awful lot of money on fuel. Most farms today needs to find a supplemental income stream compatible with farming in order to hold the farm together. We have seen that in our own community. We see that's what gravel sales are about. That's what all the house lots are about, because you can't grow food and sell it wholesale in a world market at our costs. The alternative result is runaway growth as farmland is carved up into development, and that development means more energy required. For that reason, federal and state laws are building all the time to promote renewable energy on US farms. Another ancillary benefit to that is that we can change our own use on our farms where we use a lot of combustible energy, our pumps and the tractors and the equipment we use. And if we can convert that to electrical use behind our meters with solar generation on our properties, then everything gets better. It's been the position of many that both is possible and can be compatible. That was not the position of the June bylaw, and that's not the position of this bylaw either. The position is to relegate ground mount solar to brown fields and sand pits only, and to consider them a blight. They don't have to be a blight. They can be a landscape feature. The preliminary phase of feasibility studies is so costly, and it takes as much as 3 years to complete. And that's before you even get to permitting. That's what it takes to get through Eversource or the national grid. And that's a significant investment of money from the solar companies, and they can't gamble on properties where there is so much opposition to permitting and no clear pathway at the outset. Although farms and agricultural lands have been added in response to the AG's position to the new bylaw, the one that we have before us today, and I do like the bylaw. And the tree cutting prohibition was removed from this iteration of the solar bylaw. The devil's in the details. The bylaw says that all local permits must be in place before the special permit application is considered. And one of those permits is on clear cutting over 50,000 square feet. And that permit has significant performance standards with no guarantee. In other words, there's no clear pathway to permitting at the outset. We almost need to engage with these companies earlier than when by the time we come to permitting, we're late. This bylaw also disqualifies land not only protected by the endangered species habitat, as it should, but it's also non-regulated areas designated as core biohabitats and natural landscapes with more than one version of the map. The map that the Smart Plan put out is not the same as what Natural Heritage has on our website. Now you should, if you're an applicant, you should be able to go on to MassGIS, download that layer and feel confident with what's on it. My property was considered BioCore on the Smart Plan map, but it's not in Natural Heritage and it's not on the website, the MassGIS website, which was recently updated in January 3rd, 2022. And I should be able to go on that website and find out what my disqualifying things are on a single government website. If Wareham has, I've heard that this business about we're giving away our land for solar. If Wareham has a giveaway program, it's to the home builders and land developers who get the last word. Their uses are exempted from the labyrinth involved in the change of use. Trying to change the use on farmland is murder. But if I wanted to put a house up, that's easy. I would love to support this bylaw. I've worked hard with the other people on this committee, and they have put so much time and energy into this. But my concern really is that I urge the subcommittee to be explicit, or perhaps the planning board to be explicit on a pathway for permitting that acknowledges the time and investment that it takes to meet all these requirements and embraces the fact that landscape will be changed, but it's only temporary. House lots are forever. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Linda.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this, either online or in the room? No? You're all set, Nancy?
I'm all set. I would just like to.
That's okay. Nancy, you can finish your thought.
No, I just wanted to reinforce the fact that section 594.3 under restricted siting, that ground mounted solar facilities within a farm or existing agricultural land are allowed subject to this site plan special permit. Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
We had somebody online. Okay. She's unmuted. Shan?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Meg Sheehan. I'm from Save the Pine Barrens. We're a nonprofit group with many members who live, work, and reside in Wareham. And we do want to thank the Solar Bylaw Committee for its hard work, and we realize how complicated this is. As you know, this solar provision, quote unquote, in the zoning bylaw is the subject of a Supreme Judicial Court case right now. And our network submitted an SJC brief explaining how the solar bylaw provision is outdated and it was really only meant to address or protect solar on rooftops and residential solar at the time that it was enacted. In 1985, there was no such thing as a large ground-mounted solar and the level of subsidies that we're seeing right now. So we realize how complicated this is. But as far as Wareham and Southeastern Mass, which is being targeted by multinational corporations for large solar, I'd like to just say, in contrast to what Ms. Rinta mentioned, clear cuts and strip mining for solar are forever. And we have had some really continuing concerns about the strip mining and clear cuts that are happening with these large industrial scale solar projects. We are concerned about the lack of oversight in some instances, and we would really encourage the board and the committee to flex their muscles and flex their zoning powers. There's no reason why this industrial use should be given any other protection or greater protection than any other industrial use under our zoning laws. And this is really about using our home rule power to protect our water supplies. Contamination is forever when we strip away the soils and the forest to put up solar and douse the land with chemicals for maintaining the so-called seed grasses and butterfly, whatever they are underneath the panels. We are putting our groundwater at risk. So again, thank you to the board, and let's just make sure that the land clearing and strip mining that has happened gets addressed. And again, thank you to the committee for their hard work.
Okay, thank you. Charlie, did you want to say something?
Just a couple of questions. I was looking back, I was trying to find if strip commercial was a zone that this would be allowed in. Would the strip commercial zoning district be one of the districts in which this would be allowed? CS.
Yes.
Okay.
Look at
594.3.
John?
Okay. Yes, yeah. Does anybody look at the location of where the strip commercial district is in town?
Yes.
Right along Cranberry Highway for the most part.
Yes.
So this type of facility would be something that would be within 500 feet of Cranberry Highway in some places, and other places as close as 200. Okay.
Yes, but they would have to be upstream and buffer.
Okay. The other question had to do with a performance standard that referred to a CMR of the state. Generally speaking, what are those performance standards?
We took that from the DOER guidance.
Okay, my only concern would be that if whatever those standards are, and I'm going to look it up now that I've got the reference, to see whether or not there's anything that would be in conflict with this bylaw in some respect, but because you're asking a professional engineer to certify that it meets those standards. Well, if they're going to be in conflict, that's going to be difficult for anybody to certify. So I don't know what you do in that case, but I was just wondering if you'd looked at it in sufficient detail to know if there's something that's going to be contradictory. That's all. Oh, I may not be either. That's all I had, Mike.
I mean, overall, looking at it, I think, like I said earlier, and I think that's the spirit of the warrant article is progression. You know, progressing toward a more controllable situation where we can get the kind of solar development that we're hoping to have, rather than the stuff that we have to live with. So I read through a lot of it myself. Actually, I read through all of it myself. And you know, my personal opinion is I agree with Carl. I think it's something that the board should vote to support. But that's my opinion as a Wareham resident.
May I be heard briefly on this?
Of
Mr.
course.
Chairman? Hello, everybody. I'm the newest member of the board. I just wanted to comment on this and say that in the week and a half or so since I was selected to be part of this board, I've tried to learn as much as I can about solar and the solar issues in this area. And I come to the board after about a 40-year career in the energy industry. So I've had a chance to learn a bit about solar here and there. And my reading of the bylaws, the proposed bylaws, are that this is a good step forward, that it addresses the concerns that have been laid out, and it does it in a way that's reasonable and seems fair. Of course, it can be improved over time, and over time, we'll see how it's implemented and how it needs to be improved. But sitting here now, it looks like it covers a lot of the issues that have been problems for this town, and having a control over solar development in this town should be, and I think is, a major focus of the planning board and the town leadership. I would say that, I've had a chance to look at the Attorney General opinion as well. I know that as this process goes forward, and already the drafters of these proposed bylaws have addressed the concerns of the Attorney General, and have tied to the extent there are restrictions, have tied them to health, safety, and welfare, which is where the Attorney General rests her concerns. And I think as you go forward, as you explain more of that, it seems to me that this set of bylaws should be endorsed by the Attorney General, and should put the town in a good place to be able to control its destiny here. So that's my opinion sitting here after a week and a half. I'd stand ready to do whatever would be helpful in this process to enable the town to control its destiny here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No other comment, concern?
I do have a comment, and that the solar committee has seen a need in, once we've been, uncovering all of the different types of renewable energy, and actually made a proposal to the Board of Selectmen that they set up a standing committee for renewable energy. They declined to take us up on that offer, or on that suggestion, but it is something that is still worth pursuing. But as far as this bylaw being a living document, I totally embrace that, and the fact that I see all of our bylaws as being living documents. And I think the building codes and things like that can also be upgraded to really look at opportunities to place solar on rooftops, to have developers of all ilks try to take a look at where renewable energy opportunities exist. So I just wanted to say that, yeah, this is not the be all and the end all. And we totally acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you
And
very
we
much.
appreciate your support.
Entertain a motion to close. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Corbett.
A lot of questions. I support 100%. And we'll vote for it and speak with. I had one question off topic. Can we put solar panels on electric lines, gas lines? We have miles and miles of them that are already cleared. They're going to be cleared forever, probably. Why can't we utilize that open space? Yeah, I know it's a weird question, but.
No, it's not a weird question. We've asked the same question.
Yeah, are you talking about like underneath the big wire poles? Yeah.
Gas lines that don't have any wires, they just open space.
Right.
forever.
Carl can probably speak to that.
Well, I'll answer, and then Jim.
Yeah, go ahead,
please.
you answer it.
No, we could both speak to it. Again, I do believe that the bylaw as crafted would allow that if the landowner chose to do it. However, those right of ways and we talked about this, and those right of ways under the power lines need to remain open for a variety of reasons that the utility companies require. And I believe that if they wanted to put solar there, they would. So I don't think we prohibit it, but I don't think it's a use that's aligned with that that property. Jim, do you have better language?
My response would have been pretty much the same. The land is privately owned. So it's not up to the utility. They don't have the right to put solar panels on the land. It's the landowner that would have the right. Then the landowner would go to the utility company who has purchased the right. When you own land, it comes with bundles of rights, and one of those rights is airspace. When they purchased that airspace, they said, and they shall not put anything under our power lines. And go ahead and try to put something under a power line, it ain't happening.
What about gas line?
Pardon me?
Gas line.
They're not gonna put an electric solar panel over a gas line either.
No,
They're
okay.
not gonna let you do it. They gotta mow it, they gotta
You should-
maintain it, they gotta have access to it, and gas goes.
You should be, yeah, you should be at a mic too, rather than speaking from a gal.
Loud enough that the
Yeah.
mics, every mic picks it up.
But we did actually investigate that.
Okay, that was
one-
just a question I've had for a long time. I thought, since you all spent so much time on it, you know the answer, but I support you 100%. We'll vote for you.
Well,
But,
and part of the reason why we're recommending that this bylaw be re-inspected often is that technology will change. And it could be that it would be in the best interest of the utility companies to allow that kind of thing to happen in the future. So, but that is the landowner, not.
That was the point I was going to try to
Well,
emphasize.
two things on that. Some of those properties aren't owned, they're leased. They have. the right-
Somebody owns the.
Right. I was involved in a situation where the landowner owned this side, and gave them permission to do it. He still owns it though.
Yeah, right. And that would be his choice. That's one of the things that we struggled with trying to make sure we understood and communicate. This bylaw describes what's permitted and not permitted, but it doesn't require landowners to do anything. That's not, this is not that kind of land use bylaw. We can't require Walmart to put solar on their roof. And believe me, that was one of the questions that came up. By the way, that's a floating roof we discovered, and maybe you can't put solar. You can't just put solar on a floating roof. You have to do other kinds of supports, and the cost of doing that is out of, it doesn't cost benefit analysis for the
See, one
landlord.
thing that bothers me is the state is giving out huge money per kilowatt. And they're making a lot of money, and they want solar badly. And if it's electric line, I can kind of understand, but a gas line's underground, they can fix it almost from anywhere. They don't have to dig up that spot. They can fix it from a mile down the way. So if the state would encourage that and help their overall goal to get solar energy, I don't understand why not. So it's just a comment. I wanted the answer. You gave it to me. I support you 100%. We'll vote for you.
Yeah, that is one of the things that really struggle with. We've tried to create, and Ms. Renta talked about it, and maybe we didn't succeed everywhere, but the point is the landowner is the ultimate person who decides whether they're going to put solar on their property, where we allow it. I mean, there's places where we don't allow it, but
If I could.
Sure.
I was given my marching orders by the gentleman that records these meetings that we only have 4 hours of recording time.
I know.
I
I make a motion, we support the article.
Yes, if we, motion put forth by Sam,
Second.
seconded by Jane. Mike?
wait,
Oh, we're going to close public hearing.
I think we have to do that first.
Yes, motion to close public hearing, please.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Sam, seconded by Jane. Mike?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Sam? Val?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 500 to close public hearing. And entertain a motion that the board stand behind this at town meeting and
So
support.
moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Sam, second by Jane. Mike?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Jane? Kyle?
Aye.
Aye, 500. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Appreciate it. You. A lot of work.
Yeah,
We
need
would like to
see it.
thank Mr. Buckland for all of his support as well. It's a start.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely a start.
A start is, it's a huge thing to fight.
Well, the thing is you react on this end. The investors are changing it all the time, you know.
Okay. Moving forward under public hearings. Number 4, article on assigned amend town of Wareham zoning bylaws to add TSS and phosphorus limitations in stormwater runoff or MS4 compliance. Ken, you said there was some reason not to act on this tonight because there was some additional work being done.
That's right. I talked to some engineers about a more comprehensive bylaw. And I don't think, I did not submit this one at this time, so it's not on the warrant.
Okay, so there'd be no action on this whatsoever then.
Yeah, no action necessary.
That just saved us 20 minutes of recording time.
No,
No action.
No
no action.
So basically it was withdrawn.
Right.
Continued public hearings, number 3 for hearing a possible vote 33-21 site plan review, Wareham PV 1 LLC, 0 Route 25, map 115, lot 1000, ground mounted solar energy generation facility.
We've been trying to get to this for almost a year.
Yeah, this one's been going on for a while.
But we've been holding off, waiting for the AG to rule on.
Good evening, welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. Glad to be here and not just asking for a continuance.
But you were always here when you asked for your.
No, sir,
continuance.
actually, I have to say I was on Zoom. Well, it was on Zoom, so I guess
You
I was-
were-
I
you
was
were
attending
present
the
at the
hearing.
meeting.
Yes, sir. That's correct. So Betsy Mason from Claiborne's Law Group on behalf of Long Road Energy and name right, Wareham PV1 LLC. So yes, we are back with the project that you opened the hearing on in September. And essentially, well, before I go there, with me is Sarah Eba from VHB, project engineer for us. And on the line on Zoom is Haley Ordeval, who is Director of Development for Long Road Energy. She's available to respond to questions to the extent the board has them. It might make the most sense just to go back to the top and review the project as we're proposing it. We have not made any changes to the site plans or to the application since we submitted them to the board last year. So basically Sarah will walk through sort of the basics, and then I expect there will be questions, both sort of on the grounds kinds of questions. And then I know that both Mr. Rowley and assistant town planner had questions and comments in letters and the staff memo that was submitted last year as well. I don't know if we'll have time to get to all of that this evening, but I leave that to you.
Okay, very good.
Hi, as Betsy mentioned, my name is Sarah Eba from VHB. I'm the site civil engineer for the project. I promised to give the overview very brief. So the site is located at 0 Route 25. The figure that's shown right now, if you can see it, I can rotate it if it's hard to see. It's just the existing conditions aerial. So it's a 22.4 acre site. And it's located within the residential 130 zoning district, which allows the proposed use by special permit. So this site is bounded by Route 24 to the south, existing cranberry bogs to the east, a town building and forest to the west, and undeveloped land to the north. Access to the site is currently from a 20-foot wide easement from Charge Pond Road, which essentially bisects the site. North of that access road, you can see on the right side of the property line that's highlighted, is previously cleared and is currently being used as a sand pit. So it has some stockpiles. There is small pockets of existing vegetation and a isolated wetland at the northeast corner of the site. South of that access road is previously undeveloped. There are some areas that have been cleared. There's also an existing cart path that goes throughout the site in that location. Do you actually mind switching to the next graph? Thank you. So as a project is proposed, again, the ground mounted solar array, it totals about 12 acres of panels. However, within the 7-foot high security fence that we're proposing, the total development is 18 acres. And that includes the panels themselves, a 20-foot wide gravel access drive for maintenance and emergency vehicles, 2 small stormwater BMPs, which I can review in just a moment, as well as electric conduit to Charge Pond Road to support the use. Within the limits of clearing and limit of work, we are proposing a meadow mix both beneath and surrounding the panels. Once that meadow mix is established, it actually has a similar runoff rate to forest in terms of peak rate mitigation. We have submitted a stormwater report with the filing, just to note how we're adhering to the 10 Massachusetts standards as well. So essentially north of that access road where the sand pit currently is, we are improving the ground cover. So no stormwater BMPs are proposed there. On the south side of the site where there is tree clearing proposed, 2 small infiltration basins are proposed. We did preliminary test pits and the soils proved it was conducive for infiltration. Those both have overflow outfalls to an existing wetland just east of the site. With those wetlands, we're also providing at least a 50-foot natural undisturbed buffer. Any work within the 100-foot will be covered by an NOI with the Conservation Commission. Again, access to the site, both during and post-construction, will be from that access road from Charge Pond Road. It is a relatively short construction period, and once that's complete, it's a very passive use site. We really only anticipate a pickup truck, maintenance truck on a bi-weekly basis visiting the site. No other traffic generating or other disturbances generated from the site. So that's the quick overview of the proposed project.
And one quick correction, site plan review only is to buy as a right use.
Sorry, thank you.
Get that out.
See, battery storage, can you expand on how much there is on site, and have you discussed possible safety issues with the fire department?
I can't provide details about the battery storage. I don't know if you can, perhaps Haley, who's on the line, can. I know that we are proposing battery storage as an accessory use. We will, as part of the site plan review process, we're supposed to talk to the fire department. We intend to do so, and that will certainly be one of the topics of discussion. At least I can say I'm aware generally of sort of the health and safety concerns that are raised with battery storage. And we will ensure that it's safe, sound, secure, and not a source of contamination.
You have questions?
I have several.
I knew you would.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for waiting, and you've been extremely patient. And first, if we could refer to your map, for informational only, what is the total area of tree cutting? I understand it's not some, I just informational,
Yep, it's 11.6 acres of tree clearing.
11.6 acres. Okay. Have we done any habitat study to make sure we're not? Ken, here.
No.
It's not a question I should ask, or no, it hasn't been done.
We don't have anything yet on that.
Okay, so but if a request would be as we move forward to just make sure there's nothing surprising in that habitat. And I understand that is just an informational issue. For all buffer for screening, would you consider making sure you use native plants? And which we tried to specify in the new bylaw, which you heard, but it would be helpful if we could make sure we use native plants for the screening and the buffers. One other issue, currently the access way is through the middle of a town garage or I am aware, and Mr. Buckland may be able to speak to this, that the town is interested in rerouting that right of way around the perimeter and then coming back in. Would you be willing to if you point at Aaron or Ken at the north end, there is an access way that exists now, and we could reroute that. Would you work with the town to consider rerouting the right of way so that it doesn't bifurcate that town property? If possible, I'm just.
Yeah, I would say I'm only the messenger. But certainly it's something that I can bring back to Long Road to have them consider it, just so I understand.
Instead of coming
So
through
so they're like I'm assuming that's the northwestern corner of the property
I-
there, but right by Charge Pond Road. So it's sort of the
it's
shortest.
still from short Charge Pound Road, but
Right.
it doesn't travel through the town garage area.
So.
The very end of your property.
Right. And then can
Far
you,
right.
so up,
Yeah,
way up there.
Right.
But then run down along, that way.
So run is essentially along the border with Mr. Fletcher's property?
Yeah, I think so. That exists already, I think, but I'm only requesting that you work with the town to try and see if that can be made to work.
I mean, it's an interesting idea in that, and this is purely speculation, and perhaps it's just me talking as opposed to on behalf of the Long Road. But if in fact town wants to run a roadway along there, obviously a small access road, I just wonder what that does to setback and buffering requirements. But yeah.
I'm only asking that we explore that with the town, as it was my understanding there was some interest from the town, so that use changes on their property that's, where the garages are, gives them some more flexibility there, was my understanding. They wanted to look at that.
And I guess with regard to the access road, Mr. Fletcher isn't the only one with, rights in that easement. So I guess, there's folks to the.
Yeah,
east that you-
the town would need to work through all that. Am I voicing this correctly, Ken?
Yes.
Okay. So we're just asking that you explore it and we consider it as part of the project.
As part of that exploration, it would allow elimination of the roadway that you've got on the east side of the property, moving it to the west side of the property for the length of that little connection out to
Right.
Charge Pond Road. to
Oh,
the
I see.
existing one.
So instead of our building the access road, it would be sort of a,
So that could be part of that conversation.
yeah, I'm not quite sure how it fits into the site plan review process.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's definitely an intriguing idea.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, well, I guess,
It was a request.
yeah, no,
for consideration.
it is a request that I will bring back and recommend that, consideration,
Thank you.
pros and cons, but.
Now, in terms of reviewing the overall project area, there are several other existing solar projects that this abuts to. So this
Yes.
is consistent with the use that's in the area. I recognize that.
Directly in this area.
Okay. We have those projects in front of us already?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't remember all of it. But so it's consistent with the use in the area. My only concern is having to cut down all those trees. Other than that, I think this is along the highway there. It's a great location, except for cutting down the trees. We worked hard to try and come up with mitigation strategies, but there's no clear way that you could plant 11 acres of trees somewhere else to mitigate this. That's the only unfortunate thing I see about this project. Otherwise, I think it's a good site, a good location over the sand pit, next to other solar projects. I don't know what to say about the trees. The trees are the trees.
The trees are taking it in the name of the ecology.
So other than that, I currently don't have any concerns or questions about the project.
Going to the hearings on the solar committee, it was all about location. And this, compared to a lot of them, is a great location. For all the reasons Carl just mentioned, I would not vote against it.
Charlie, you have any comments at all?
A couple of questions. First one's for Ken. Here he is. Is the 53G account set on this one, Ken?
No, it's not.
Okay.
I don't know if did we get a price from you on the review?
You got a review from me several months ago.
We got a review, but did we get a price for the review from you?
Yeah. You've had it since last fall sometime, whenever this came in.
All right, then we'll have to get the money for it to proceed with the 53G review then.
Well, the review's done. You got it.
Don't forget to factor in the
Wants his
inflation, Charlie.
Too late for that.
If I may, to the chair,
Right, I do have a couple of questions on this. I was only, I guess it needs to be.
I received an email request from Ms. Raposo in the fall about it and basically flagged it and set it aside pending resolution of the AG's decision. So
That's right. We hadn't authorized a review at that time.
Right,
A
right. And
review.
I understand that she's been out or something, so that's something that
So it's something
we
that can
will
be acted
discuss.
on.
We understand it's on the the list.
And for the record, this was submitted before I started, so it can't be my fault.
Recognized. So, I'm sorry.
Just a couple of others. Looking back at my comments, which I don't happen to have with me tonight, there were two things that popped out at me. One was the design standards, and it has to do with the setbacks. And I made a comment that it needed to require to a minimum 50-foot setbacks along the buffer. And the response was that having front and side yard depths that comply with the R130 district requirements, which are 20 feet, 10 feet, and 10 feet respectively. That is, unless the parcel either abuts a residential district in which all setbacks shall be a minimum of 50 feet, or is across the street from a residential district or residential development. Not only does it abut it, it's within it.
Mhm.
So I don't see why a 50-foot setback does not apply.
Yeah.
That's one comment. The second comment has to do with the area that's right directly around in front of Route 25. The area that's to the south and east of this site was approved by the ZBA for a fairly large project at least 2 years ago. Right, Jim? Right. One of the provisions of that approval was that the timber along Route 25 would not be cleared within, I forget whether it was 50 or 75 feet of the boundary line of Route 25. Route 25 could be cleared of all vegetation from the pavement right to the layout width if the state so choose. If they did that, you'd have no buffer.
Mhm.
What the zoning board approved there was a buffer of, I think it was 50. I don't recall if it's 75, but I think it was at least 50, which no trees under 40 feet in height would be cut, because they had prepared an analysis of the shadows that will impact the solar panels. Anything over 40 feet could be cut. Everything else, including all of the vegetation, the sub-story vegetation, and anything up to 40 feet would be kept. And anything that was taken out would not be pulled out by the roots, and the stumps pulled out would be allowed to remain there in stumpage, so that if it was a non-pine, such as an oak or a maple, they would sprout up and offer more of a vegetative buffer.
Mhm.
So I would hope that you'd take that into consideration and make that a similar requirement if you so choose.
That was for, that variance was for this property?
No, it was for the adjacent, I think adjacent property to this, to the south and east, which if you go around Route 25 today, even with the trees not in bloom, you really don't see that project very much.
Aaron, can you point on the map where this project?
Yeah, you could see,
The existing one shows up
it's
right
the other
here.
side of the cranberry bogs that are right there on the south end of that photograph.
Carl, down this way. In here, here's the property that we're talking about, and here's the big solar project, so 25.
It's right next to the power line. The power line is the easterly boundary of that property.
Oh, yeah, so you got this.
The buffer doesn't actually show up on this image.
Over here, right?
That's a legitimate.
Yes.
You still need to set that from that border, right?
So you'd be suggesting the 50 feet from the boundary of 25 with the state could potentially clear up to. And then 50 feet beyond
I'd have to
that.
go back and see whether it was 50 or 75, but you have in your bylaw a minimum 50-foot
Mhm.
requirement, a setback requirement. That was abided by with the applicant for that project, but a further requirement was put in there that they could not cut anything under 40 feet in height. They did an analysis of the shadow that would come over that, which would impact the solar panels. And they determined that anything under 40 feet would not impact the panels. So that they would have to be kept as the buffer. Anything over that 50 feet up could be cut, but the stumpage would be left. So that it maintained a buffer in addition to that buffer, which lies within the layout of Route 25.
Okay, so that's a question for the applicant that will have to respond to.
Well, it's a question that I commented on, I
Right.
believe I did, and I'm recommending that you look at that as a condition of this one. It's not fair to impose that on one applicant when the conditions are exactly the same.
Okay, well, Mr. Chairman, through you to Mr. Rowley, 40-foot trees continue to grow. How is that considered?
I'd have to go back to look at the special permit. I think they were allowed to trim anything or could trim anything down to 40 feet. if
Okay,
they
so
needed.
that there would be the trimming could
It's
proceed.
been a while since I haven't looked at the special permit, but I think that would have been allowed anyway.
Okay,
But they would still have the management so that they kept the buffer. That was the big thing.
all right, well, we'll look at that.
Okay. And the last point had to do with the amount of changes in grade up against the property which is owned by the town, where the town barn is. It looked to me like it was pretty close. I'm not sure how they actually determined where that boundary was, but it needed a buffer. And the vegetation that they were putting there left no buffer between there and the actual property line.
Yeah, you can see that.
Those were the main
It's right
things that I
up
saw.
Well, we have further, yeah, but if you look at the drawing, it's a little bit different. This, the layout
This is the town boundaries. Services,
It-
the box, all that. Recommendation was they could come in from Hoover.
Of the town barn.
Get off the town.
So
Because they have the right of way across the
I would say, like any other project that we've discussed, even like the one over on North Carver Road. We need a sufficient buffer, and I think 50 feet is reasonable. And looking at your layout here, your proposed boundaries over by the town barn are practically in the town barn parking lot. So there is zero buffer there.
If I may respond to the comment regarding the minimum 50-foot setback. Section 594.1, point 3, point 4, and point 5. I'll take point 3 first. With regard to front yard depth or front setbacks. The front yard depth shall be in accordance with Article 6 of the zoning bylaw, provided, however, that where the lot abuts or is across the street from a residential district or residential development, the front yard setback shall not be less than 50 feet. Just collapse the end of the sentence there. So for a front yard setback, the lot needs to either abut a residential district or abut a residential development, or be across the street from a residential district or across the street from residential development.
Mhm.
The lot is not across the street from anything because obviously it's not on Charge Pond Road. So
I think you're missing the spirit of the conversation.
I understand,
We're
but
asking you to be a good partner in this. We're not-
I understand. And let me
Okay.
just make the argument here. I
Just-
understand. I fully understand, but I just want to point out that, obviously the parcel is within the R130 district. No bones about that. It doesn't abut that district though. I mean, the definition of abut is like
But
next to.
you're citing zoning bylaws.
Yes.
We're asking you to be a good partner with the town and protect the people who live in and around it. They may not be right up to it, but there are houses across the street.
Yes.
There will be line of sight issues possibly along Route 25 based on Charlie's comment. The lot line by the town barn is in the town barn parking lot. We're just asking you to be a good partner. That's all.
I understand, and I'm just trying to, put the sort of aggressive / contentious position forward, because I think it's fair based on the wording of the bylaw that the bylaw says that. So
Well,
we can all agree on that.
Having that conversation based on the project that we just approved for North Carver Road. That developer was open-minded, cooperative. We didn't ask for anything that he thought was outrageous. And at the end of the day, they reconfigured their system and they downsized it. But they became a good partner. They gave buffers to protect people and they still put together a viable project that's still going to be profitable at the end of the day.
And I'm just being a contentious lawyer here. Honestly, I believe that Long Road is willing to come forward and make some cooperative efforts.
That would be
towards
much
that.
appreciated. Yes. That's all. we're
I'll
looking
leave it.
for.
I'll leave it there. I am not, just to be clear, I'm not saying, well, yes, of course, we'll do 50 feet all the way around because I don't have the authority to say that, but I believe that they'll take the recommendation under consideration. Let's put it that way.
Sounds good. I appreciate that. And I think the rest of the board appreciates that too, along with the town folks. Sure. Ken? Oh, no, you can't talk. Go ahead, Ken.
I just wanted to point out that as well, we're on the criteria under 594.3, number 7, the setbacks shall provide for adequate screening of noise and glare from abutting uses and structures. Techniques such as dense natural vegetation, plantings, earth and berms, or increased setbacks will be required depending on the site-specific conditions. So I think that it is clear that you can expand the buffers as necessary and under the standards of the bylaw.
Very good. Thank you. We had somebody online. Okay, can you hear us?
Hi, this is Haley. I don't know if anyone can hear me.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, the volume got a little bit worse on my end, but yeah, sorry, I had been raising my hand and just was trying to figure out how to get in. So apologies, I wasn't able to. But I just wanted to chime in with, as I've been following along, and certainly happy to get into the weeds on, the rerouting, the desire to reroute the access road. And, certainly sounds like a good idea to me. And so apologies, I wasn't able to speak up and say that at the time.
Just in case the board members didn't hear who that was, because I was a little garbled, that's Haley Ordeval, who is Director of Development for Long Road Energy, which is owns the project company that is proposing the project. So she's the authority to whom I would bring things.
Okay, that's good. to
Could
know.
you hear any of that, Betsy?
Yes, although you sound very, very far away.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought I was going to try to be helpful, but maybe this isn't helpful.
No, I think to the extent you're saying, yes, we will cooperate, that's helpful.
That
Yes,
is
yes.
really helpful. Yep.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Said there was someone else? Okay. There, you're on.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the planning board. Thank you very much for your volunteer service to the town of Wareham. My name is Barry Cosgrove. I know it's late and you guys have been going a long time, so I'll try to do this quickly. Hopefully there'll be further opportunity to comment. Section 1551.2 of the bylaws make clear that a site plan approval can only be given, if at all, after receipt of an original certified copy of approval from the Conservation Commission of a notice of determination or a order of conditions. And that has not happened, of course, yet. So I respectfully ask that this hearing not be closed and continued until those are in place. And similarly, the Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 132, the Forest Cutting Act, compels the applicant to first submit a forest cutting plan to the COMCOM and to the DCR Regional Office for approval. Don't know if that's been done or not, but there too, that must be done before a plan can be approved or not. A question I would ask is on site preparation. Section 1480 of the bylaw says basically you can't do any site preparation until you get the green light. It seems that there's been a substantial amount, maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like there's been a fair amount of site preparation that's going on here already. I'd like to know whether or not that's been approved. Now, more importantly, perhaps, is that the application and indeed the presentation tonight makes clear that large-scale site preparation and sand mining has been going on in this site for years. The application at pages 21 to 26 repeat this 4 times. There appears to be no evidence that this is a permitted activity. This is an exempted activity from an earth removal permit. According to the Town Board of Selectmen, there's been no earth removal permit for this site. If that's incorrect, then somebody tell me. But what that would mean, if the Board of Selectmen is correct, is that this property has been a sand mine operation without a permit. And if an earth removal permit was required for this work, remember Massachusetts law and the bylaw in Wareham compel that you can't get a site approval permit unless you're in compliance with all applicable sections of the zoning bylaw. And the zoning bylaw makes clear that this property is in the groundwater protection overlay district. And that overlay district makes clear that there are certain activities that are presumed to be detrimental to the groundwater. And of those are unpermitted sand removal and earth removal activities within 4 feet of historic groundwater tables. Consequently, I would recommend respectfully that the body here do what has been done in Fair and Hill and have an independent hydrological study conducted of this area to understand what impact, if any, this significant mining operation has had. I'm talking about something different from the ordinary course surface water flow study. Additionally, it's important to point out that the earth removal activity that's going on here has removed earth well below what is the norm grade there. If the area is going to be filled back in or already has been filled back in part, then an analysis needs to be done of what type of fill that was. Is it proper and sustainable for a solar operation? And would it be material that is now close to the groundwater and problematic? Consider also, please, whether hydrology experts should be inquired or whether groundwater monitoring wells should be put in place for this same purpose. The 50-foot setback has been addressed, and the border Route 25 has been addressed. I guess I conclude this way, again, thanking you for your service. I think it's really important that you get verifiable answers to these questions, because you don't want to inadvertently allow a project which would cover over, literally and figuratively, violations of law if earth removal permits were not properly obtained. And it would not be unreasonable regulation of solar for this body to exercise discretion to determine whether or not unlawful conduct has occurred there or not. And it certainly would not be an unreasonable regulation of solar for this body to exercise its discretion in scrutinizing whether or not any solar project is being used as a ruse to cover for sand mining. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else out there? All set? Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, hello. Yes, hello. This is Meg Sheehan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to comment on behalf of Save the Pine Barrens and our members in Wareham on this project. This project and the surrounding land uses raise concern about the groundwater protection overlay district. As you know, the zoning bylaw clearly requires you to consider erosion, flooding, and the detriment to the neighborhood and the surrounding environment. The site, as it was explained, is 18 acres. There apparently have been 7 acres that have been deforested and strip mined and the topography altered. It does appear from Google Earth photographs that the groundwater was impounded during this mining operation on the abutting 7 acres. And I think it's a fair question to ask, in addition to whether there was proper permitting for that, whether the strip mining operation is continuing and will continue on to the abutting 11 acres, or is it just going to be trees cut and the topography remaining the same? That would seem kind of unlikely that they wouldn't level the site to make it all even across the 22 acres. Our coalition has received a lot of complaints over the last year or two about excessive truck traffic on Charge Pond Road. I don't know if it's been coming from the site, but I have heard reports of that, and I understand there's been no investigation or response from the town in response to those local residents' complaints. I think that it's fair to expect a thorough investigation into those issues. What has happened? How has the topography changed? And what is going to happen on the rest of the 22 acres in terms of topographical changes? As you know, changing the topography and removing the sand and gravel exposes the Plymouth Carver sole source aquifer to contamination. That's why there is that 4-foot level that you're not supposed to go closer than 4 feet to the groundwater. It's unclear where the groundwater is at this site, what the groundwater elevation is, which then relates to the issue of flooding. The figure 1 in the applicant's plans stops right at Route 25, but if you were to pull back and look at that, you would see that the VE zone probably goes underneath Route 25 and perhaps even up into the perennial stream that is abutting this site. I think given the concerns about saltwater intrusion and how that pollutes the aquifer, which is the sole source of drinking water for Wareham, and sea level rise and storm surges, that whether this velocity zone for flooding shown on the floodplain maps is something that's current and up to date? And does it make sense to remove some of that flood storage capacity, some of the forests and soils that slow down runoff, whether there are storm basins or not? That's another question. But I think it bears a thorough investigation in terms of stormwater runoff, changes in topography, and how that is impacting the quality of the sole source aquifer and the future ability of the aquifer to continue to provide drinking water for Wareham. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there's some pretty interesting questions posed by the people that have spoken. Is there plans to mine the topsoil and the sand for the remaining area? And if so, if so, the mining that's taking place, has it been permitted or is it about to be permitted?
No mining will take place.
No mining. Okay.
No gravel pit operation will take place. My understanding, and I don't know the underlying facts for sure, I just know that the gravel pit operations were historic. I don't know exactly when they occurred, but certainly it's my understanding they're not occurring now. And no, Longwood has no plans to.
I say, just looking at your own pictures from your presentation, it's obvious that there's been grooming and work done.
We have not done any work on this site. I would say to the extent work has been done on the northern portion of the site, which is historic gravel pit. If somebody has, I don't know who it is.
Mr. Chairman, one item for consideration is remember there are multi-parties to this. There is the landowner who may have been doing, I don't know, I'm just saying.
And nor do I.
Which is separate from the folks sitting before us. So perhaps, I don't know how we go about getting that information, but strip mining is regulated by a different bylaw than the solar bylaw. And the sand and gravel mining is permitted in town, properly permitted.
Correct.
So I don't know
I think
how to consider that.
I think the question was posed to Makepeace with 140 and 150 Tohonet, wasn't it? The anticipated amount of
Well, the question came out with the number of yards. I don't know what the resolution to that was, but I think Mr. Schultz is right that Article 14 of the bylaw exempts projects that are subject to a special permit. So Section 14 or Article 14 in and of itself does not apply to this particular project. Not to say that there might not be questions concerning the removal of material and whether it's a violation of that, unless it could be shown that it was done for agricultural purposes right there. But I don't believe that Article 14, the way that it is set up, would apply because there is an exemption for projects that require a special permit from either the ZBA or from the planning board, such as this one.
Okay.
And just to answer a couple of questions about the grading and the fill, we really aren't proposing many grade changes across the site. With those stockpiles, we are sort of readjusting them to fill in some areas. But again, it's a balanced site, no additional filler will be brought in. The drainage patterns and everything are not changing unless we are providing just adequate slopes for the gravel roadway for the fire truck to be able to access the site.
Just looking at the clock, Mr. Chairman. you've
Yeah,
got
that's
10 minutes and two more
Yes.
hearings to go.
we're either not going to get to them or we have to take a short recess so Bob can change out the.
Oh, could he change the tape so he can go beyond 10?
Yes.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, he already
Go right
gave me
ahead.
the high sign.
And Mr. Chairman, the other concern expressed by one of the callers, the planning board is fully aware and fully committed. We will not approve any site plan until that is subject to Conservation Commission review until
such review is complete.
Until such review is complete. We're very aware of that requirement.
Does the applicant know, have you started that process?
Yes, we have.
You have an NOI with the.
I believe we filed the NOI last fall. There may have even been a hearing
Yeah,
on it.
I know Concom is waiting for you guys to proceed here, but
Okay.
we're moving apace together, is my understanding. But we will not close this hearing until Concom completes their process.
In accordance with bylaw,
In
understood.
accordance with the bylaw.
Yep, yes, understood.
Okay, so
Mr. Chairman, what do we do? I'm not sure that violations of other investigating that, we don't really have an investigative arm.
No,
So I'm not sure,
I don't-
other than asking,
I don't even know if it's.
Mr. Buckland, is that something you can assist with? Or Mr. Manise in the back, are you aware of this issue? Raised by the caller that illegal sand mining has been going on and it's been reported to the Board of Selectmen.
I can check in with the Board of Selectmen as to the status of any permits on the site, but I can't do anything beyond that in terms of site investigations because I don't have the resources or the information regarding the condition of the property and how it's changed over time.
Thank you. Yeah, let's at least get the information from the Board of Selectmen.
Jim Manise, I'm selectman in town. I think the last meeting, we passed a bylaw, or we passed a resolution in the selectmen gave the town administrator instruction to hire an engineer to use their photo or whatever other means of GIS to determine any large-scale operations that may have taken place. To this date, no one has been hired to do that. Thank you.
Was that, I'm sorry, was
Go
that,
ahead.
was that specific to this site? Or just any site
General.
in town?
General.
Okay.
And that site, I think a lot of people knew about it. Did they own the agricultural land alongside of it at the point, during the point in time when this took place? Did they not? You'd have to do a lot of research.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I mean, looking at the time and whatnot, I would think that we would continue the public hearing to a later date based on well, giving them the opportunity to go back and work on the suggestion for the 50-foot buffer. And what was the other? There was one other thing that we talked about. Now it escaped my mind.
The 50-foot buffer and then the ZBA variance on the Route 25.
Oh, and thank you. Yes, the access roadway layout.
And the access roadway, yeah.
Yep. So we would like to continue the public hearing to give you a chance to work on those items. Is 2 weeks for the next hearing enough? Do you want to push it out 2 weeks past that?
Let's go 2 weeks. I think we can
So that would be
get our ducks in a row.
the meeting of the 11th.
I was gonna say, it's
And
gonna be a
it's,
busy
yeah,
night.
they're all busy. Yes,
that?
this is the 11th getting busy, Aaron?
They're all getting busy.
Yeah, I know it. It seems
All
like
of
it. So having said that, I would entertain a motion to continue the public hearing to April 11th, 2022.
So move.
Second.
Okay, so a motion with Kyle Schultz, a second with Jane. Mike Baptiste?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Sam? Kyle?
Aye.
And chair votes aye, 500. We'll thank you and we'll see you on the 11th.
All right, thank you very much.
We've got 5 minutes to decide whether to reload and finish tonight or push these out. 2. Are they still with us? The folks, are there representatives here for Doty Street and for Marion Road? Well, what's our hard stop, Charlie? 11? Our hard stop is 11? Yeah. Well, it was 11 when we were starting at 7 o'clock.
Oh.
Custodian will tell you that.
The custodian is going to kick us out, right? I think the person for Doty Street is there a representative here for Doty Street?
What's that?
Is there a representative here for Doty Street?
Yes, sir.
I'm okay. If you want to reload and at least try to get him taken care of while we're here. Is there a representative available for the hearing and possible vote for 246 Marion Road?
I'm assuming Jeff raised his hand when you originally requested if anyone was here for those two. He raised his hand, so I'm assuming that is where he's at.
Yes, there's somebody online for the other one. So, I mean, we're looking at a solid, another half-hour commitment. Yeah, I want to keep mine too. So, I mean, I'm open either way. It's the board's pleasure. Yeah, the other one's comfortable at home. Bob, do you want to take a quick pause and reload?
Yes.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess while Bob reloads the recording, and then we'll talk with you, sir. If we can get started, keep this train rolling.
Thank you for saying something.
Okay, so next up on the list for public hearings. Hearing and possible vote for 3-22 site plan review, 5 Doty Street. Jason St. Martin, map 103, lot 1027, parking lot. And we have a representative for this project?
Yeah, mainly I'm just here. I want to hear just.
Oh, yeah, you have to.
I have to go up here.
Yeah, please introduce yourself.
You want the cinema open again, right?
Hey, how you doing?
Not bad.
Good to see you, Mike. Good to see you, Charlie, and good to see you all. Yeah, my name is Ben Hatch, and I live at 8 Doty Street, across the street from Eversource, and mainly I'm here tonight just to find out exactly what they were planning. We got a letter, and I guess they want to expand parking, and I didn't know what it all involved, and so I've enjoyed the last few hours of entertainment. And anyways, so
Okay.
Sam, I was tongue-tied, Sam. I'm sorry. But anyways, yeah, I just want to know what's going on.
Well, I think the actual presenter for the project is online.
Oh,
So
okay.
if we can get him up and running, then I think you and I will both find out.
Eversource just purchased the cinema. I think that's what they want to connect on the property for parking.
I don't think
This is their site right now. As it exists. Mr. Hatzfleisch, this is his property.
it's, well, it's calling it a site plan review on the,
Yes, right now, this is the maintenance facility. This is all vehicles parked here. We don't
because
want-
I think-
we also put more vehicles here in the other
okay,
section.
we'll give them a couple minutes to get themselves unmuted.
You know, it's big park lots right off the highway, right off the interchange. So
I looked at it. What they were doing is.
Plus they got plenty of money, as long as you pay your light bill.
Yeah, but my question for them is what's wrong with that?
Possibly.
Hello, can you hear me?
They were.
There's all that right now, this is section right there.
But that's not what we're showing on the project.
Can anybody hear me? Hi, Jeff, who is the one that you wanted to start, the full name?
Jason St. Martin was the first one. He's the Eversource representative. I'm the civil engineer.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Sort of.
Hi,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, we could barely hear you. If you could talk as loud as possible, that would be helpful.
I'll try not to scream. Hopefully you can hear me all right. So I'm Jason St. Martin, Manager of Facilities Operations. On with me tonight is Ryan Earl from our Community Relations Department, Jeff Raff, our Civil Engineer from Shive Hattery, and also Dustin Samarco. Reason why we're here today is to create a gravel lot behind our fleet garage to essentially allow us to ship vehicles that are stored on site, whether they're for vehicle auction, vehicle repair, or storm response to behind that fleet garage. Right now, we're in the process of completing a project to create additional classroom space for our apprentice program for approximately 28 students. And this would allow those vehicles that are slated for that use that I just mentioned behind the fleet garage onto that gravel lot to allow additional parking for our students that come visit the site. So with that, that's kind of my quick high-level introduction, and I'll turn it over to Jeff Rath, who will present the project, can answer any technical questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and board. Everybody hear me okay?
yes, sir.
Yeah, I did ask for permission to share. That way I can kind of, walk everybody through what we're proposing here.
Here we go. Good evening. He's still on mute.
You need to unmute.
Thank you. It did mute me when I became a possession again. Here's just the aerial of the site, the overall Eversource site here. What we're basically proposing is working in this area where some of the trees and grub have already been cleared out.
Yeah,
No, we're not seeing
you're not
your
screen sharing.
We're seeing you, but not your screen. There you go.
Video double.
You see an aerial?
Not yet.
Not yet.
It's slowly loading.
There we go.
All right. Oh, there it went again.
Maybe not.
So this is the Eversource site.
No.
I don't think it likes my aerial. Let me close that. And is that better?
Nope, that's white.
Nope.
Yeah, it just keeps blinking on my end. Does everybody have the plans in front of them on the board?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. I know there was a gentleman there that wanted to also see if somebody could share it, since this seems to be jumping all around on me here.
No, we're not getting anywhere here.
Sorry, something had technical difficulties here. I've been on all day, but now it just died off on me. Can everybody still hear me, I guess?
Yep.
So, all right, we're essentially, as it was said, we're essentially creating some new gravel area for parking and or just some longer term storage on the site. We're not proposing really any new pavement or new access. There should be no additional traffic or anything. This is just mainly to kind of clean up their own site and have some more parking. Site plan is, we are clearing out some existing trees and brush along there, but we're cognizant not to go too close and push it all the way to the setbacks along the road or the northern abutter. We are not proposing any utilities connections at this point in time. The grading pretty well matches everything that's there. We're just kind of sloping in the same direction. We are doing stormwater quality for Massachusetts. We've got a small infiltration basin, which will take care of essentially any runoff. We're not creating any additional runoff off to the site. We're staying out of the wetland setbacks and that kind of thing. And then to make up for some of the trees and stuff per code, we're also adding some perimeter landscaping and such around the site. On a technical side, that's pretty straightforward. On an engineering front, we're just essentially clearing out some stuff, adding a gravel lot, digging a small hole for the water quality and infiltration of the stormwater, and also maintaining existing setbacks and not trying to push them up to the end. Anybody have any major questions, comments?
Did you say that there would be no new accesses onto Doty Street?
That is correct.
And your name again?
My name is Jeff Rath. I'm the civil engineer for the project.
Okay.
So it's essentially, we're just graveling this area. I know it does say parking, but it's very hard to stripe gravel, but it is arranged in such a way that we could park 19 cars per code and still have circulation in there. But for various emergency situations, they may just use this for, just parking vehicles a little closer. But
Are you familiar with a Stringer property?
I can bring up do you see my screen again?
I don't remember the number. It'd be on the same side of your street.
Stringer property?
Stringer, Stringer.
Not seeing it as a name listed. Do you have a question about that property?
Just wondering, are you going to be filling in behind where they live?
If they're up here, then no. All of our earthwork, disturbance, and everything takes place within the property and within any of the setbacks that are on the property. This is kind of the limits of as close as we get to that property. This is a little infiltration basin. The grading is very minimal. It's only like 3 feet deep and very shallow slopes.
Is there a contact person that if I had questions that I could contact directly?
About this project?
Yeah.
You could either Jason or myself are fully capable of answering any of the questions that you might have.
If there was any concern I have, is there a phone number I could call?
Yeah, I was just going to say, yeah, that you really shouldn't be addressing him directly.
Yeah, okay.
And that's something we can arrange for you outside of the meeting. That conversation really shouldn't.
Okay, I'm done. It's late.
Charlie, do you see anything on here that?
I've taken a look at it, but I haven't been asked to review the plan yet.
Yeah, I'm looking
I
at.
do have a do have a little bit of a concern.
It's high groundwater there, Charlie, isn't it?
With the buffer?
No, it's directly across the street from where Mr. Hatch lives.
Yeah.
And the property they're talking about is immediately adjacent to what they're trying to do on Doty Street, just to give you a reference.
Yes.
But, yeah.
Yeah.
But the question I had to do, it's just a gravel parking lot.
Yeah.
But if they're going to be parking vehicles in there for maintenance purposes with no way to collect runoff directly and allow it to just run over the ground,
Right.
that's a potential for groundwater disaster.
Yeah. And especially
It needs to be
those.
paved, and it needs to have water quality units in there sufficient to make sure that that doesn't happen.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially with the nature of the vehicles. You know,
Yeah.
if there's line trucks in there, you got
Line
hydraulic
trucks,
fluid all over
You've
the
got
place.
hydraulic tanks, you've got the regular stuff, and if it's dripping because it's old, you know where it's going to go.
Yeah.
Groundwater's pretty high in that
I
area.
haven't been asked to review the plans, so that's all I can really comment on.
So do we need to have a 53G account set up for this?
I would think so. I mean, just the,
Where Ken's
Yep.
gone, no?
guys, if you could quiet down a little bit over there, please. Just keep it down. Yeah, just with the concern that Charlie raised about having it paved or not paved, I think it merits having it reviewed by Charlie and having a 53G established.
So
All the runoff is essentially overland flow, goes through somewhat of a buffer strip before it goes into the pond for, infiltration and detention purposes.
Yeah, but if we're adding more parking for more vehicles that are susceptible to fluid leaks, which line trucks are.
Jason can correct me, but I don't think this is for provide any additional, just to be able to move the existing vehicles around on site better.
Yeah, but you already made mention that you may stage vehicles there for storm purposes, so I think
Well, I think that was because a lot of them, they're kind of parked in front of their existing facilities now. And I think it's just a hindrance on their site. So they just like to move them to another portion of their site.
I don't know about the rest of the board, but I think I'd like to have Charlie review the plan. So at which point we would have to set up a 53G to allow that to happen. What's that?
You said also repair.
All repair, yeah, staging for vehicles to be repaired and or sold. Well, stuff that gets sold is usually old beat up stuff that leaks.
I'll
So,
send a cost estimate to Ken.
Awesome, thank you.
Full set of plans I can have, Aaron?
I can give it to you. They're in the office.
Okay.
So based on the need to have Charlie review the plans, has any board member got anything else that they think needs to be addressed at this time?
My only question is, what's the total area of tree cutting?
It's 9 acres.
That's what I thought, 9, that's a lot of trees.
Yep.
This doesn't have 9 acres of tree cutting.
No,
So that's my question. What is the area of tree cutting? Why, I read the plan quickly, that's all.
The tree cutting is a very minimal. I had the aerial open before, but half of this is already cleared. So it's really only half of this lot, 117 by about maybe 70. This is the tree clearing area. The total disturbance area is only about a half an acre with the whole project.
Okay.
But a lot of it's not taking out trees. Trees have already kind of been taken out.
They were already taken out, you said?
I think there's some street view here that we can get to. Now this is the area that we're looking at right now. I know this is just looking at street view, but this is the area that we're looking at, parking in between, kind of right up onto the fence. And then these would be the trees that we'd be clearing out some more. Yeah, I understand with gravel that if pavement is required, I know that does add some additional, as you said, BMP type of requirements as well. But I would assume that would shake out in the engineering review.
Well, I think probably the first order of business would be to have Charlie review the plan and then submit his recommendations, and then we'll have some solid talking points for our next meeting.
What would be the timing that we would receive those comments, and would we be able to address them before the meeting? So we had a new plan to present rather than just talk about comments?
A lot of it will be dictated by how quickly the 53G account is set up to fund Charlie's review. So
Okay.
that ball will be in your court. And then Charlie's pretty expeditious about his work, so.
Okay.
I don't think it's realistic to think we would make the April 11th. No, but maybe the one after.
Well, when is the one after? Because that's
I think
town
it's
meeting.
25th. Yeah, that's town meeting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Did we discuss doing an off?
Well, we did, but we
Yeah.
didn't. I don't think, well, I heard that on tape. I don't think we scheduled it.
Okay, so would you be open to a tentative April 25 meeting with the possibility of it being moved based on the demands of town meeting?
I'd be fine with that date.
Yeah, we'll make that work if we
Okay.
have to.
That's good. I appreciate you working with us on that, because we're not 100% sure we're going to have a meeting on town meeting night, so. So I would entertain a motion to continue the public hearing
To April 25th.
to April 25th, 2022.
So moved.
That is town meeting night.
Yes.
It is.
Yeah, we haven't rescheduled the planning board.
Do we have a motion by Carl Schultz, second by Sam Corbett? Mike?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Sam?
Aye.
Cal?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 500 to continue the public hearing until April 25th. And do we have to vote for the 53G, Charlie?
Yeah, you should vote to authorize them to.
Authorize it? Okay, so
I
I
move that we authorize the applicant to set up a 53G account for the consulting engineer. on this project.
Lean towards your mic.
I move that we authorize the applicant to set up a 53G account to fund Mr. Riley's review of the project.
Second.
Okay, motion by Carl Schultz, second by Sam Corbett.
Aye.
Mike is aye. Jane?
Aye.
Sam?
Aye.
Carl?
Aye.
If you decide you're not going to meet on the 25th, how will you handle the continuance?
Could we?
You're going to have to meet
Can
as
we
a board
take
and
that?
vote to do it.
We'll be here on the 11th.
I would
so-
say, can we address that on the 11th?
Oh, you could, if you know ahead of time, sure.
Right.
Well, we'll have to decide by the 11th what we're doing.
Right.
All
All
right.
right, so that chair votes aye, 500. Awesome. All right, very good. Thank you for coming to talk to us tonight, and we'll get the ball rolling for you and see if we can get you taken care of.
Thanks, everyone.
Public hearing for impossible vote, 7-22 site plan review, 246 Marion Road, 246 Marion Road LLV, map 55, lot 1010, parking lot.
This is another parking lot.
I don't remember this one. No, I'm all set with that one.
You could hold this for me.
I have one individual raise their hand. I assume this is the individual.
Okay,
Do you have plans for this one, Aaron?
I do. I don't know if I've got priority because. Actually, I think it's right here.
road.
individual has left.
Okay,
And I see no one hands raised.
all righty. So having no one present to address 246 Marion Road, given the lateness of the hour, I would entertain a motion to continue this public hearing.
You want to just read this and then you can vote to continue?
Yep.
Should we not even open it if the applicant isn't here?
Yeah, I mean, technically, the hearing hasn't been opened
But it was posted on.
because it was posted.
Are you gonna read the warrant? We should have read the last one and we didn't.
Yeah.
Okay. Notice of public hearing. The Wareham Planning Board will hold a public hearing on April 11th, 2022 at 6 PM in room 320 of the Wareham Multi-Service Center, 48 Marion Road, Wareham, Mass. 02571, to consider petition 7-22 for a site plan review under the requirements of Article 15, Section 1520 of the Wareham zoning bylaws to 246 Marion Road LLC, proposing to expand the existing driveway and parking lot, creating 32 additional spaces located at 246 Marion Road, Wareham, Mass. 02571, assesses map 56, lot 1010, in the MR 30 zoning district. So they really shouldn't have been listed on the agenda to begin with.
Yeah, that's my fault.
Okay,
So it's not their fault.
All right, so let's not open the public hearing then.
right.
Yeah, no.
So we just,
Living here.
Motion to adjourn.
no, do we have to, even though we didn't open the public hearing, do we have to vote to continue it to the 11th? Because it was on the agenda, even by error?
Did notices go out to the abutters, Aaron?
Notices did go up, but they said 4/11. They didn't say it today.
What was in the paper?
So the hearing was set up for the 11th?
Yeah.
Yeah. I
It,
just put
it,
on this
it was
document.
placed on the agenda by mistake.
Yeah, that, what you read is what was sent out to.
Oh, so if it's for the 11th, no, you don't take.
We don't have to do anything. Okay.
We're out of here.
So we had a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, motion to adjourn by Sam Corbett, seconded by Mike Baptiste. All in favor? Mike?
We're out of here. Yeah.
Jane?
Yes,
Sam?
sir.
Al?
I don't want to adjourn. I want to keep going.